Good evening, everybody. Here we are for night two. We've got a little bit of business to do. We've been handed some subsidiary motions that we need to process. So it's also going to allow a few more people to come in. I usually like to start on time to get the business going, but we're going to need a few more minutes to make sure that we have everything in order for the meeting. Please bear with us. Thank you for showing up, everybody. I hereby reconvene Marblehead's annual town meeting. Night 2. And I first want to reintroduce our assistant moderator in the gymnasium, Vanessa Moody. Hi, Vanessa. Can you hear us, Vanessa?
I can hear you.
Excellent. Oh, and no feedback tonight. I really have to hand it to the IT department at the schools for working through all the issues that we had last night. I've been at town meetings with Steve Howe before when the lights went out and we kept going, so I figure we have it easy. Let's see. First thing I want to do is to review the lecterns and the microphones. So this lectern right down front is for presentations and for town officials to answer any questions that might come up. And the 2 microphones in the aisles, those are for debate. And the reason for that is that all questions, all comment, all debate goes through the moderator. There's no colloquy allowed between people in the body, and anybody has a question, you can certainly ask it. And if I can direct for someone to answer it, and they can answer if they deem fit. When you do stand up, I request that everybody say their name and address. I'll be announcing each article by number and reading the title. The motions will be on the main screen, and for longer articles, you can find the wording in the Finance Committee report. If you have an amendment to a main motion, I may request it to be in writing. If so, come down to the stage and we'll have a form for you. We have several articles with detailed information tonight. Some of them include Article 30 for capital transfers, Articles 31 and 32, which are permit fee increases, and Article 36, the multifamily overlay district. All that information can be found in your Finance Committee report that was available at check-in when you came in tonight, so you have plenty of time to review it before we get to those articles or review them while they're being presented. We have a busy night with several articles moving through main and subsidiary motions for indefinite postponement. We also have some big articles to deal with as a community. I will do my best not to have a clock on presentations and deliberations, but there will be motions which I will adhere to a strict 2-minute limit on individual speakers after a presentation is made, and I will make that known at the appropriate time. I will not tolerate catcalling or disruptions to the meeting. You will notice in my letter to the town that I may not always allow a motion to call the question, should I deem that motion would restrict informed consideration of the meeting or comes before an appropriate discussion that has taken place on the main motion. This is a widely used town meeting practice. On the other end, we will likely get to the point where I need to remind everyone of an old Marblehead town meeting saying, it appears that everything has been said, but not everyone has had a chance to say it. I will do my best to balance the conveyance of information with the budget of time. I hope you will join me in running this meeting of Marblehead's legislative body with the respect and integrity that it deserves. Per the Marblehead Fire Department, everybody needs to be seated, and I request that you be seated in order to vote. We have plenty of seats down in front. Don't be shy. There's no standing. Yep, thank you all for coming down. So electronic voting. Did we like it last night? So I have not come up with the test questions, but we're going to get to the test question. But just to know, I didn't come up with them. Electronic voting will be used for the first time at this year's town meeting. This option is made possible at my discretion by a vote of last year's town meeting. When electronic voting is in use, ballot and hand count voting options are discontinued. Everyone was given a clicker when they came in, which is location specific to the Performing Arts Center or the gymnasium. If you don't have a clicker or have trouble, please go to the lobby and you can switch it out. If you leave the room, you will be asked for your clicker. Please do not leave your device at your seat if you need to leave the room. There will be 20 seconds to vote on each motion, and I will give a clear start time for each vote. When the night is over, there will be volunteers from the League of Women Voters collecting at the doors. Do not take your clicker home, as it will be deactivated and you will be leaving with town property. We'll now do a practice question. Will town meeting complete tonight? It wasn't mine. Okay, so here we go, and this is typically what you'll hear. If you are in favor, please use your green yes button. If you are not in favor, use your red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Okay, let's see how good we do. I'll remind you that so we have 20 seconds to vote. The last button that you hit before the 20 seconds is up is what your vote is. So at 10 seconds, if you hit one and then you want to change it, you have 10 more seconds to do that. So here we go. Article 27, supplemental appropriation and expense of several departments. I have a motion that this article be indefinitely postponed. Do I have a second? Thank you. If you favor Article 27, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Article 27 is a vote, and the motion carries. Oh, wait a minute. I have 2 licenses before I forget, and you can come down and pick them up afterwards. I won't leave with them. Glenn Daly and Krista Finnegan. And if you need to leave early, come up and see me. Article 28, supplemental appropriation and expense for the schools. I have a motion that this article be indefinitely postponed. Do I have a second? Thank you. If you're in favor of indefinite postponement for Article 28, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Article 28 is a vote, and the motion passes. I feel like a bouncer. I have another license. Kate Cook, I have your license. Okay, Article 29, debt exclusion premium. The article has been moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. We have a speaker, Alicia Benjamin, our finance director. Oh, microphone for Alicia.
Good evening. Article 29, debt exclusion premium. What this article is showing is there's a table, and on premium, some of our bond issuance, we received a premium, and based on the debt exclusion that was for that premium, we applied that back to the debt service. So when I started, there was no mention of this table anywhere. I just wanted the town to be aware that for each of the issuance listed behind me, that we reduce the debt service by the premium every single year until that debt service falls off. So this year, The debt service, we're going to decrease it by $171,643.60 for the different categories of borrowings until those borrowings are gone. This will not need to be voted next year. This is just more of an informative vote so that you know what is done with your debt service each year.
Very helpful. It's great to see how our past decisions at town meeting play out and get paid off. If you're in favor of the passage of Article 29, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Article 29 is a vote, and the motion passes. This side looks more full. The middle over here, and a little bit down front, there's some space. And I've got a fair amount of space in the front over to my right. Article 30 is capital transfers. The article has been moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Thatcher Keyser, Town Administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Speaking of decisions of the past, this article, the intent of this article is to transfer from prior authorizations of capital projects in the amount of $353,876.54. So what has happened is the articles we're transferring from prior town meetings are projects that have been completed. They had a budget amount. They came in under budget, so the funds are residual funds remaining under each of those authorizations. So we do not have the authority to expend those funds anywhere else except for what town meeting voted to do at that time. So with the projects completed, with the remaining balances, what we've done, the finance department has done, is we've gone back and looked over the last many years, and we're sweeping up all of those residual funds and asking you, by voting on this, to reauthorize it for current year capital funds. So the way we're funding all of our capital this year is $1 million in free cash, and the balance by grabbing these residual funds and asking you to reauthorize them for the purposes laid out in the current year. And our intent is that going forward, we will look back 3 years and sweep up any residual funds going forward. So for these funds, we went from 3 years back and out in order to sweep up the funds. That's the purpose, and ask for your vote on this.
Thank you, Thatcher. Folks in the back, if you could find a seat, I'd really appreciate it. If you favor Article 30, please use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. It's a vote, and Article 30 passes. Yes, thank you. I see you have people showing up at the gym, Vanessa.
They have arrived.
I mean, I think my job's hard. I think Vanessa had the harder job last night, for sure. Article 31, amend bylaw to increase building construction permit fees. The article has been moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Thatcher Keyser, Town Administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This article, we are looking at all our fee structures, again, partly to look at our non-property tax revenue sources, but also to make sure that our fee schedules are in line to what other municipalities are doing. So we looked at, in this case, the building construction fees, which have not been updated, I think, either 1993 or 2001, many, many years ago. So they're woefully out of date. We tried to do an analysis because we wanted, looking at the fees, to set them where the municipalities are. We collected a lot of information and could not make a lot of sense out of the information. Every town has a different structure, different labels and such. So what we're doing here for this year is simply adjusting the individual fee rates by $20. So most of the fees that are listed are $30. There's some $50 and $100. We're adding $20 just to bring us forward more in line. Our best sense is that these fees in the other municipalities are somewhere around the $65 to $75 range. So we're not even doing that, but we want to be able to do more analysis and justify the numbers that we're presenting. I will note that the primary fee, when people pull a comprehensive permit, which covers all of the trades that are permitted, that fee is $15 per thousand. And our look around at the other municipalities, that seems to be the going rate, so that remains unchanged for the comprehensive permits, so we're just adjusting the permits for individual permits that you would pull in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keyser. If you favor Article 31, please use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Article 31 is a vote, and the motion carries. Article 32, amend bylaw to increase electrical installation permit fees. The article has been moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Mr. Keyser.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Again, this is for the electrical permit fees, which is a different section of the bylaws. Same effort as I previously spoke. I will also add that the total of the fee increases we estimate will generate about $23,000 more dollars. So it's not exactly going to get us out of our financial position, but it's moving a bit forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keyser. If you favor Article 32, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now.
I'm Robin
Article
Michaud.
32 is a vote, and the motion carries.
Sorry.
Article 33 is to amend Town Bylaw 13-10, licensing and registration of dogs. The article has been moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Robin Michaud, Town Clerk.
Hi, Robin Michaud, Town Clerk, 44 Lee Street. The town has not increased the $15 license fee for spayed or neutered dogs since 2001. In 2014, the state required the cities and towns to charge a higher fee for intact dogs, and that was the only change that's been made since 2001. The $5 increase would generate revenue for the 3,000 dogs that we have, so roughly 15,000. I probably got that wrong, but so please support Article 33.
Thank you, Robin. For those of you that favor Article 33, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Article 33 is a vote, and the motion passes. Article 34, Community Development and Planning Department. The article has been moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Thatcher Keyser, Town Administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This article is a bit of a restructuring article for the town. I often refer this as the Becky Curran Replacement Plan. A long dear serving town planner, chief procurement officer, grant writer, and many, many other things that she did for this town. And she earned her retirement and has moved on and seems to be enjoying that. So we're taking this opportunity, one, as a replacement to that function, is rather than one person wearing 4 or 5 different hats, doing some restructuring within the organization to form and create a community development and planning department. So with this vote, it would authorize, under the bylaws, the creation of the department and authorize the select board to appoint a director and the staff that would go along with it. So what it would consist of is a community development director, someone with training and experience in those matters, our sustainability coordinator, which already exists, our grant coordinator position, which we've created with the help of ARPA funds. We will replace the town planner with a new planner, and then there's already the clerk support position that exists with that. All of the changes that we're making and the costs for doing that are borne within the existing budget. So you've already approved the budget with the positions that exist. We're just moving pieces around on the board in order to create this department. As an example of what we're doing, several of those positions already exist. They've already been funded. The director position, our current town engineer, is also planning on retiring. And at that time, in the fall, that the engineering responsibilities that are currently held will transfer over to the Public Works Department, where they have an engineer on staff that will pick up those responsibilities. But the salary for the town engineer will be used to cover the cost of the department head of our community development and planning director. So the point being that when we put this budget together and we held the bottom line to the constraints of the revenues that we have, we then sort of did some re-engineering and restructuring within while keeping to that bottom line in order to create this department. The responsibilities of the department are to include but not limited to land use planning, housing policy, transportation projects, historic preservation, community development, sustainability efforts, open space conservation programs, administration of regulatory boards, that's your planning, ZBA, Conservation Commission boards, and neighborhood improvement efforts. So I refer to it as quality of life matters for Marblehead. We're creating a department with a team that's focused on quality of life matters for this community. So I look forward to your support.
Thank you, Mr. Keyser. We have a speaker, Mr. Cooker. Name and address for the crowd, please.
Well, he just told you. My name is Bill Cooker. I live on Roland Street. And I see a great deal of redundancy. You look at section 10627, historic preservation. We have a historic commission, we have the old historic districts commission, and on the private side, we have the Marblehead Museum and Historical Society and so forth. Transportation projects. We have a traffic advisory committee and everything else. Housing policy. conservation, we have a conservation commission, we have the Marblehead Conservancy. This, to me, is putting too much authority in the hands of one department. We are in danger of being governed by administrative fiat by an appointed bureaucracy. This is the thin end of the wedge. It's not going to get any better. If we let it go tonight, it's just going to steamroll. I recommend that we shoot this thing down. It's not good for us. We have a lot of this stuff. Most of it is already covered. So let us preserve the character of our town, the independence and integrity of our boards and volunteers. And when somebody comes and tells you that, oh, this will streamline things, it just makes it easier to control from one seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooker. Just so everybody knows, it's a loose clock, but I've got it back here. So I'm not going to use my gavel right away, but if we start lining up people at microphones, I may have to institute a more strict clock, but just to know that if I do bang the gavel, it is a real clock. Over here, Mr. Jordan, name and address, please.
Albert Jordan, 64 Roosevelt Avenue. I just want to know, Becky did a real good job for hardly nothing, peanuts, and this sounds like it's going to be a lot of money because they haven't mentioned the cost. So I think we should have a cost of, and we're getting money 1 year from what, Arbor, you said? Where are we going to get the money next year? Because we don't have any money. I don't want to create a lot of new positions when we don't have any money. Because I told you, next year you're going to have an override with all these town employees looking for money. So I just think we should find the cost and just tell me over the next 2 or 3 years as this evolves, how much it's going to, you know, if it's 100,000 or 500, I want the real picture, not a low estimate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. This microphone over here, Mr. Albert.
Yes, Dan Albert, 58 Leicester Road. I guess I'm afraid now to say I think this is a good idea, but I do have some concerns. I know you've hired Logan Casey. He's fantastic. He's young and cheap. That's also fantastic. Sorry, Logan. We're getting a lot of value for money. But I do have similar concerns because you have so many different boards that this person's going to interact with. But my major concern is, mentioned the Traffic Safety Advisory Committee, dear to my heart, is about mobility and mobility planning and transportation planning. Becky was terrific. Becky was not a transportation planner. Nobody on our planning board is a transportation planner. Again, I think it's great. This is sort of your forte, Mr. Keyser, and I think that's great that you're reorganizing. But I am wondering how you're going to hire, who you're going to hire, and how much oversight there'll be from the public in terms of this position. Thanks.
Thank you. Over here, please.
Tony Shanley, 2 Bonnet Road. My concern is checks and balances here. There's an awful lot of responsibility in a single area. There needs to be some more balance, in my opinion, and that's the reason I'm going to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Keyser.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Let me try to address the different issues. So in regard to the relationship with boards and commissions, so which the gentleman listed out a number of boards that are involved in these type of activities. The role of this department is to support the work of all those various boards and commissions. They're volunteers. They set policy in some cases or guidance on the different matters, but it's the professional staff who need to implement, as well as manage the planning and visioning that working with the boards and committees. So it's more of a relationship between the boards and committees. Nothing's changing there. It gives them, those boards, more resources and staffing to actually implement the visions that the boards and committees and the volunteers look for. As far as costs, as I've said, it's not changing the costs that we already have in the budget. We're just changing the positions in the way we're organizing ourselves so that we can be more effective in these matters for the town. And in regard to, moving from a single person to a team, it allows for that various level of expertise in the different areas. Again, this department is going to help put out the vision for the town as to, what direction it wants to head, how does it want to do it, and be able to implement it, but tie that vision in with all the various departments. So when we refer to in here, for example, of transportation projects. Now, I'm currently at Public Works Director is very much in the middle of all our transportation projects, the police chief, right? There's a team that get involved. But this would be the hub of that designing and visioning and tying all the pieces together that gives the direction of what we're going to do holistically for our transportation needs that would then be worked on through the various departments to actually implement, and part of the vision of the boards and committees that this department supports. So we really feel that this is really important for Marblehead to protect what it has, but also to address the challenges of the future, again, of the quality of life issues that here in Marblehead.
Thank you, Mr. Keyser. And for everybody that steps up to a microphone, it's probably not going to work right when you start talking. It was one of the fixes that we used for the feedback last night. That's especially for you, Vanessa, in the gym. Just so that everybody's aware, you don't have to tap the microphone, just wait a quick second. Article 34, if you favor Article 34, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now.
What's the number?
373 to 360. It's a vote and the motion carries. But we've got some close ones. Article 35, Assessing Department under Chief Financial Officer. The article has been moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Mr. Keyser.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This one is another bit of restructuring on the professional staff side. And what our intent is, currently the way it's structured, is that we have the finance department that consists of accounting, treasurer collector, payroll, and information technology. And then a major component of the finances of the town is the role of the assessor, which, the way it's currently structured, is hired and managed directly by the Board of Assessors, a three-person elected board. What we're proposing is changing the relationship on the professional side that makes the assessor and the assessing department part of the finance department, under the direction of the finance director. Some of the main reasons we desire to do this is, one, there are a lot of financial reporting and transactions that go on between the assessor's office and the other components of the finance department. We want to smooth that out, and the transactions and the relationships make that much more seamless, much more efficient. Secondly, we're making a large effort within the finance department of upgrading and improving our information systems and upgrading. With the assessors as a separate, independent, it's not currently been part of that efforts. We want to tie them together so that we blend the information systems together, we improve them, we improve the information we have for decision-making. So that's the reasons why we want to do that in the professional staff. If you look at the screen, the upper half shows the current relationship where it's totally separate. The bottom is how we would represent the fact that the assessor would work under the finance director, but would maintain all of the current responsibilities for the Board of Assessors. So that dotted line represents that the relationship with the Board of Assessors would remain the same for those matters. The finance director and the town administrator would be responsible for what I call the care and feeding of the staff, and the Board of Assessors and the assessor would be solely focused on the decisions that come before the Board of Assessors. This effort is actually considered a best practice by the Department of Revenue. It encourages this blending together in order to improve the relationship. And again, there's a lot of financial transactions that go on that have to go between these departments, and so we want to make it part of a seamless team without having any change to what the responsibilities of this function is to the Board of Assessors itself.
Thank you, Mr. Keiser. Mr. Letterman, name and address, please.
Jonathan Letterman, Ida Road. Through you, Mr. Moderator, I'd like to just ask a question. Will the Board of Assessors in this reconfiguration be appointed, or is it just the assessor's position that'll be moved under the Select Board?
So this warrant article only addresses the assessing department and the relationship. It's a separate article that's considered as far as changing from an elected Board of Assessors to an appointed.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm John Kelly. I am the chairman of the Board of Assessors. And for a minute or two, I'd like to fill you in on the events of the past 5 months or so, and because there has been a lot going on with the assessors. And then I will talk about the article in question. And I first got on the board in 1983. And it was a working paid board, and the assessors actually went out in the field and did the measuring and did the valuation, and they did everything. And I supervised the transition the next year into what we have now, which is an office staff, a senior clerk, a clerk, and a full-time professional assessor. And the assessor's role was changed to that of more like the other elected boards in this town, and we became essentially volunteers. We set policy, and we primarily decided on abatements and exemptions, particularly the abatements. We tried to act as the impartial juror between a taxpayer and the professional assessor. I would again, like I said, talk about the recent events. Every 5 years, we have a revaluation, and that's when the Department of Revenue will come into town and go over everything, arm's length sales, you name it, base rates, lands values. The interim years, we can conduct a revaluation in office, but it still has to be acceptable or to the Department of Revenue and has to meet all their standards. And I'll just give the example from this past fiscal year, and that would have been, and we'll stick to single-family houses, because that's essentially what this town is. So what our assessor does is take all the sales from, it would have been 2022, and finds out what sales are arm's length and what aren't, and you only use the arm's length sales. And then you calculate...
Mr. Kelly, could I
Yes.
just bring you into scope just a little bit so that we can talk about whether or not the assessing department should be under the chief financial officer, so that we can stick to the topic, please?
Well, this will only take me one more minute,
Okay.
Jack.
Thank you.
Okay. So essentially what the assessor did was they first established the base rates for buildings, and that would be the different kind of houses you have, a ranch, a split, whatever, capes. And then the assessor would go out and look at the arm's length sales, figure out what the cost of the building was, less depreciation, then you have your land value. You take these 200 land values and apply them to our 29 different neighborhoods in town, and you come up with a ratio of assessment to sales. And then you, if that is acceptable, that is sent into the Department of Revenue. And the assessment to sale that was calculated by the assessor was a 0.98, and that essentially means if something sold for $1 million, it was assessed for $980,000. And all that data was sent into Boston, and it was acceptable, and we were given the go-ahead. And when the tax bills came out, using that as a basis, there were some neighborhoods that were, to say the least, not very happy. And what we wanted to do was to let people know that there was an abatement process. And we did contact Andrew Oliver about putting a couple of articles in the paper that everybody gets. And also that every tax bill always states on it, your deadline is February the 1st. And so we got all our abatements in, 334, and we spent most of the month of February looking at all the different parts of town without making any decisions. And the big day happened on March the 19th when we were going to start. And our assessor stated to the board in a public meeting that mistakes were made in land values.
Are we getting close, John?
Yes, we are.
Please. I know everybody's interested, as am I. Just, if I keep everybody on topic, I need to keep everybody on topic, that's all.
Well, Jack, you can cut me a break. I've been doing this for 41 years. Just cut me a couple of minutes. So what we decided to do were three things, was to get an outside Patriot Properties to do all our abatement applications, and they were done. And as usual, if anyone wants to speak to the assessors after they got their answers, they can contact the office. We, at the same time, brought in an outside expert to look at the procedures followed by the assessor, and we also placed the assessor on paid administrative leave while all this was going on. And so last Thursday, we received our report from our outside consultant, and we received it in executive session because it's a personnel matter, and we're going to have to move on from there. Now, with regard to the article, Jack.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. If you look at this article and the other article that has to do with making the assessors appointed rather than elected, it sort of perplexes me as to why no one has ever mentioned the fact that there's an 11-member board that's supposed to be investigating a town charter. And I think that's really where this should be looked at. I know my fellow board members would certainly cooperate with them, and let's see what's best for the town. But I also think that this article was, let's say, spur of the moment, not thought about. It says that the town assessor will report to the finance director. Well, the Board of Assessors are under Chapter 41 of the laws of the Commonwealth, and Chapter 41 never mentions town assessor. You never see the term. And if you look at a list of everyone who works for this town, you'll see fire chief, police chief, all the way down. You don't see town assessor. And when I sign the payroll at the office, it doesn't say town assessor. The state statute and our own town says assistant assessor. So what they want you to do is to vote for an article to have someone who doesn't exist walk down the hall and report to the finance director. And the second thing of interest is we're talking about Chapter 41, Section 25 of Chapter 41, where they, in the state law, where it defines assistant assessor, states specifically that the Board of Assessors will appoint or can appoint an assistant assessor and describe the duties that that assistant assessor will perform, and the assistant assessor reports back to the Board of Assessors. So I'm a little perplexed as to, even if someone amends this article to say, no, we really meant assessor, what this person is going to do when they walk down the hall and see the finance director. Because the laws of the Commonwealth say that that person reports to the Board of Assessors.
John, you're approaching the 10-minute spot now, so we really need to move on, please.
Okay, I shall.
I need to be fair to everybody, and I think the world of you, but my job isn't a popularity contest, unfortunately.
Okay, let me just say that...
Quick, John, one way or the other, it would be fine.
Please vote against this. We would love to cooperate with this commission looking into a town charter.
Thank you, John. We have questions. First up, right here, please. Name and address.
Hi, my name is Jean Lampkin. I live at 19 Devereaux Street. I just have a couple of questions on implementation, looking at the proposed organization chart. I'm curious to what degree we currently have a mixture of paid and presumptively volunteer employees. When the new model comes in, will there be sort of department meetings where one of the group is not paid and the others are employees, or are these now all paid? Because I'm not sure how that works. And then from the dotted line of Board of Assessors to the assessor and the finance director, when this moves to an appointed position, is it like an open-ended appointment, so the person is in the role, and how is their performance gauged, and if there's a difference between what the Board of Assessors thinks they should be doing, the finance director? I'm just trying to understand what the practical organizational implications are for these people doing this job in this model, working now as an appointed person with a group of people who are all employees. If you could shed a little light on that, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Keiser?
Is this on? Okay. I'm not quite sure of the question, but let me see if I understand it. One, understanding that what this article is addressing is relevant to the paid full-time staff person that works Monday through Friday at Mary Alley. And there's 3 staff in that office. And so the idea would be is that on a day-to-day basis, that individual would report to the chief financial officer, and the chief financial officer function would be to ensure the quality of the work that's being done in that office, that is done timely, it's doing things currently within Mass General Law. So all of the responsibilities of a supervisor managing a department to make sure that it's functioning in all the ways that it should be. And again, previous speaker talked about the challenges, the current challenges in that office. We want to address that. We want to fix that. And that's best done with a relationship on a day-to-day basis with our chief financial officer, who is highly knowledgeable in these areas, who also reports to a person who is on the Board of Assessors in my own community and who has gone through the assessor training as such. So we're trying to improve the quality of those services. That is a separate issue as to what the Board of Assessors consists of. Currently, they're elected. There's a separate article we'll talk about later to address that, but that doesn't change. And again, the primary relationship between the professional staff in the assessor's office working with the Board of Assessors, that does not change. What does change is we relieve the volunteer Board of Assessors from worrying about payroll and day-to-day operations and such. It'll be our responsibility to ensure the quality of the service that's delivered to the volunteer board. This is actually the way communities are all going, if they have not already. This is what the Department of Revenue, which oversees the finances of all the municipalities, say this is what we should be doing. The assessing function, think about it, is responsible for 85% of all our revenues. And it currently operates independently from the rest of the whole organization. And when we talk about the financial matters of Marblehead, one of the challenges that I've been talking about since I come here, as an example, is new growth revenue. That's the revenue we capture when you build something new. You add a nice addition, you build a new house, or commercial property expands. We capture that, the value of that new growth, and we're able to tax it at that time and add it to the tax levy, which increases the amount of revenue that we collect as a town without increasing taxes to the broad base of all the taxpayers. And those municipalities that are financially healthy make sure that they're capturing every dollar of new growth, and with the help of community development and other functions, stimulate that ability to grow that financial revenue. I identified when I walked in on day one that our new growth revenues are flat, and they've been flat for a long time, and part of our effort is to address that. So we're making improvements to the building department. Why is that relevant? That's the start of the food chain.
Are we almost there, Mr. Keiser?
Of identifying new growth, and then the assessors is part of that to capture it, document it, and make sure we benefit from it. We need to improve the quality of that function in order to make sure we're maximizing and grabbing that revenue. And
Thank you.
that's why we're doing this.
Thank you. I am going to try to keep us to 2 minutes even for questions and answers. I know there's a lot to digest here, and there's a lot of interest in this topic. I do need to be fair when I say it to all. So, Mr. Jordan, name and address, please.
Albert Jordan, 64 Roosevelt Avenue. I'm in favor of this, and the reason why is because before everyone got this surprise last year of the new tax disaster going on in Marblehead, I went to the assessors to ask some questions, and the assistant, I never was able to speak to the assessor. She didn't return my phone call, and the assistant assessor couldn't give out the information before I got my surprise. So this is going to give me accountability to be able to go someplace and have ears and eyes open to the public to find out what was going on before we got this surprise. So I hope you vote in favor of this, as long as the amount of money's the same, as long as we're not going to spend more money. The other article I'm not speaking for, on dissolving the board. I'm in favor of this. It needs to be changed so there's some accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Well done. Over here.
Walter Casey, Gerald Road. I'd just like to know who currently signs the paycheck for I don't know if it's the assessor or the assistant assessor based on that last presentation now. Who signs it now and who will sign it?
We can get you an answer for that.
Sign it, not process it, sign
Yep.
it.
Alicia Benjamin.
Hi. If you're talking about signing the payroll check itself, it's the treasurer collector signs off on every single check.
Who determines the salary?
Oh, their pay warrants?
Is it the board or?
Yes, right now it's the
So
board.
right now it's the board.
Correct.
Who will it be under this new configuration?
The finance director, myself.
Okay.
Thank you. Over here, please.
Carrie Lappin, 4 Clipper Way. Question, is the Board of Assessors going to be disbanded then so that it's only the assessor and the assessing department that moves over to report to the finance director?
So well, I'll let Mr. Keyser clarify that.
Yes, the short answer is no. The Board of Assessors remains their statutory. They remain doing their function of abatements, exemptions, and such. So they vote and make those decisions. So the only change is that the assessor and the assessor department has a boss that's there 5 days a week that they report to. But the function, the Board of Assessors does not change. The relationship between the function of the assessor and the board does not change.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have one more comment. So I'm opposed to doing this. I think this current model is prudent separation of duties and that it was deliberately designed this way. As you indicated, 85% of the revenue is generated from property taxes. So by rolling up the department that generates the revenue underneath the folks that are responsible for balancing the expenses and covering the expenses, we may see that it's a slippery slope and the revenue coming from property taxes is under the control of the folks creating the expenses.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, no more? Okay. Article 35. Please.
Good. Thank you. Paul Baker, 79 Overlook Road. I just have 2 comments. With regards to Keezer Thatcher's comment about capturing every dollar possible, I'd request that in the future you remind the Select Board when they're issuing licenses to businesses that are coming into town to bear that in mind, because they last year refused a license to a brew pub that would have been opened on Atlantic Avenue and provided jobs and employment and tax revenue and would have benefited the town and brought people into town, and yet they did not do that. So you need to have a Select Board that is willing to work with you.
You're really not talking about the article that we have
And
in
secondly,
place.
sorry, Jack. Secondly, I'll go on to my other one.
Excuse me, you're not talking about the article right now. You're talking about something else. We're talking about putting the assessing department under the chief financial officer, and that's all we're going to talk about right now.
I'm now going to talk about the article. I believe that the chair of the Board of Assessors hit the nail on the head when he said he's been doing this 41 years. It is time for change. I really think that this is a great idea. And Thatcher, I really applaud you for doing this, and I urge everybody to vote yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Horahan, name and address, please.
Seamus Horahan, Fort Sewell Lane. The current structure has cost the town $541,000 this year in terms of reduced taxes. Okay? Why? Because there's not day-to-day supervision of the assessor and making sure the right things are going on. This article will put day-to-day supervision under the finance director and is what we need. I urge you all to vote in favor of Article 35.
Thank you. Okay, Article 35, we're going to go to the vote. As many as favor Article 35, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Article 35 is a vote, and the motion passes. Okay, Article 36. Let's talk about Article 36. Folks, I need your attention, please. I have two amendments on Article 36. One is to postpone to a time certain, and the other is to postpone indefinitely. I'm going to present the main motion and ask for a second. We will then hear the recommendation and presentation from the Planning Board and others. The next action will be to take up the amendments in order of rank, which is to postpone to a time certain, and then to postpone indefinitely. If either one of those passes, the main motion is dead. I'm doing this to allow the town to be given the information necessary to understand the impact of the amendments presented to me. I'm going to turn over now. Article 36, I have... Mr. Albert, what's your point of order?
It's really, I suppose, just a question. So as I understand it from town meeting time, once you've had a motion to indefinitely postpone, and I understand there's some discretion, but I just want to make sure we're in the area of discretion as opposed to rule. So you have ranked motions, you have two of them. You have one that's indefinite, one that's to a time certain. It has always been my understanding and been my experience throughout town meeting in the past that once an indefinite postponement motion is made, that must be debated and decided before turning to the main motion. Excuse me? No, it is right. Here's the book.
I see the book, and yes, and yes, there is a lot of discretion, and yes, when I get to the amendments, which will take place after the motion is made, seconded, the main motion, and then I get to the amendments, which are moved and seconded, there will be debate on them according to rank. The rank for time certain is ranked 9, and for indefinite postponement is ranked 12. So we'll be hearing for time certain first, and then we'll be hearing, if we get there, we'll be hearing the motion for indefinite postponement. Both motions, both subsidiary motions, are debatable.
Right. Thank you.
Let me make sure that I did this right. The article has been moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Schaffner. Bob Schaffner, Chairman of the Planning Board.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. On April 9th, 2024, the Planning Board held a public hearing relative to the zoning articles for the 2024 annual town meeting. Article 36 is to adopt a zoning overlay district and map change which would comply with the requirements of General Law C-40A, Section 3A, known as the MBTA zoning requirement. The Planning Board voted 4 in favor and 1 opposed to recommending that the town meeting adopt Article 36. It should be pointed out that the Pleasant Street Overlay District area was slightly decreased in size as part of the public hearing and will be reflected in the motion to approve at this meeting. So, I get all the fun. I get to present the exciting articles. And I'll hope this is informative, 22 slides that will hopefully bring more understanding of this complicated issue to you. So what is the MBTA? So what is the MBTA zoning? First of all, the intent was to address the housing crisis in eastern Massachusetts, and this law was passed by the state legislature in 2021 under the Baker...
Mr. Schaffner, could I introduce, just for 1 second? Folks, this is one of the largest zoning changes that's met the town of Marblehead. We are going to hear Mr. Schaffner's and the Planning Board's presentation on this motion before we move to the amendments. I have the right to do that. I did a lot of investigative work on this and a lot of studying up on this. I have the latitude to allow this to happen right now. Mr. Schaffner and others are going to go through their presentation, and we're going to hear it tonight. So I've been very clear on the process that we're going to undertake to get to the amendments and to get to the main motion should we get there. Mr. Schaffner.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The MBTA communities, which we are one of, are required to amend their zoning to lower the permitting barrier so that at least one district of reasonable size in which multi-family housing is permitted as of right. There are 177 communities that are considered in this, and Marblehead is classified as an adjacent community, and that means we're adjacent to a community that has direct MBTA service and a station. We are served by buses. Next slide, please. So what does this mean for Marblehead? So for us, it's a minimum of 1% of our land area, which equals 27 of a minimum area that needs to be included. It's a minimum of 15 units per acre, and it's minimum of 10% of the total housing units that we have in the town. So that makes it 897 new units would be required, and that includes, there are 300 existing units within those districts. Adjacent communities have less stringent requirements than direct communities, and development districts, already developed districts, are allowed. And that's an important distinction that I'll get into in a moment. In terms of our process, we were brought this task back in August of last year, and it was a challenge for the planning board to address this, as you can imagine. So we began by trying to understand, in terms of complying, let's take a good shot at this, give it a fair shot, and understand what it could do. We reviewed a ton of information. We did get a grant for technical assistance from Bowler Engineering, and we considered many, many options. We developed a draft zoning amendment, and we had community input gathered throughout the entire process. In terms of the community engagement, there were public forums, Zoom meetings, in-person workshops, virtual open house, presentations to all different committees in town, several newspaper articles, focus groups with interested parties, and website updated consistently. In terms of our present zoning, we have 15 different zoning districts in town, plus 2 overlay districts. Multifamily is allowed in one of the unrestricted district. Row houses are allowed in 4 districts, and mixed-use commercial and residential is allowed in 1 district. 15 units per acre. So what does this mean? This density is all around us. We have it everywhere in our cherished town. So we have this type of density, and actually you'll be surprised to know much more. So of similar density, there are properties you'll be familiar with around town. Maybe you'd be surprised that they have units of 15, 18, and 23 units per acre. There are other houses that in the range of 20, 21, and 24 units per acre. And then there are a significant number of properties with greater density. Some 41, 35, 50, and they move on up to much greater density of 112, 100, et cetera. These are buildings that maybe you wouldn't have understood that they had that kind of density. So what does this mean in terms of our compliant plan? What is it that we're proposing here? So the first thing, it's 3 districts. We broke it into 3 instead of 1. And the goal of that was to minimize the density to the absolute lowest it could be. So by making it more than the minimum 27 acres, we were allowed to keep this to the minimum. The requirements are that each has to be greater than 5 acres. One of the 3 districts has to be more than 50% of the total, and it has to be more than 897 units allowable, which includes already the 300 plus that already exist. And the density needs to be more than 15 units per acre. The 3 districts that we have called Tioga Way, Pleasant Street, and Broughton Road. So sub-district number 1, Tioga Way, has an acreage of 29.8 acres, and that's the largest at breaking 50% by being 51% of the total. The second is the Pleasant Street District, which is 20.6 acres, and the third is Broughton Road, which is 8 acres. So we have a chart that breaks it down and summarizes this into one place, and you'll see that once it's all added up in terms of the yield of the units per acre, it only needs to be a total at the end of 15, more than 15, and they total 15.9 units per acre is what this would yield in the ideal if everything was built out. In terms of the zoning parameters, it's important to note that we have kept the minimum lot areas at 6,000 square feet for Tioga Way, 5,400 for Pleasant Street, and 7,500 for Broughton Road. And important to note, all the requirements, the planning requirements, still remain intact. So maximum allowed building height of 3 stories and 35 feet. So that's an important characteristic. That's the other reason why to go to a larger area to allow the density and the height to be much lower so that you would be not shocked by a very large building. So coming near a close, I just wanted to state that no one likes a mandate. We understand that, and believe me, we had our discussions at the planning board on this topic. We were obligated to consider this. It's the law, and we owed it to the town to give it a good consideration. We believe we've come up with a reasonable plan with minimal impact to Marblehead. So to clarify a couple misconceptions, and I think my colleague Bart will go into this a little further, but this zoning change is not about affordability. It's not about housing migrants. It's not a mandate to build housing. It's only to allow for it. In fact, the density limits and zoning requirements are not likely to induce much new development. If we don't comply, there is no mechanism for us to opt out. There is the potential for legal action, liability under federal and state fair housing laws, and a loss of eligibility for state grant programs, which I think Alicia's just going to comment on, give some detail on that. And in summary, we believe this is a beneficial, compliant model. Minimal impact to Marblehead. It takes credit for existing multifamily housing that already exists. The districts, some of the ones that we identified, can actually benefit from some redevelopment and improvement. It keeps zoning requirements and site plan review intact. These things have to be reviewed by the planning board. This also helps Marblehead avoid legal costs, and it preserves our eligibility for grant funding, which will be important, especially for a seaside community. Ultimately, this is up to you, the voters, and I hope you'll support us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schaffner. So the presentation will continue. I want to tell the people at the microphones, this is a presentation. The first debate that we're going to have is going to be on the first subsidiary motion. And that first subsidiary motion is going to be a discussion as to whether or not we should postpone to a time certain. Just so that everybody knows that. Mr. Height.
Barton Heights, 17 Alden Road, Marblehead Planning Board. Good evening, fellow residents of Marblehead. When the Planning Board was first informed of this zoning issue, the majority of members were in opposition, as no one likes a mandate. As we became more informed and realized that the mandate was to change zoning, not to order construction and allow unrestricted building, the majority changed their views. Collectively, as a board, and each one of us individually, has spent an insurmountable amount of time reviewing the mandate. The manner in which the Planning Board crafted the proposed zoning change to be in compliance with the Section 3A zoning mandate was to have the least amount of impact on Marblehead if approved. Local zoning cannot be overridden, and additionally, the Planning Board included provisions to be in compliance, yet curtail building by instituting a height restriction of 35 feet and 2 parking spaces per unit if there were to be any construction within the overlay districts. Marblehead is very unique and extremely dense now, and should not be compared to other communities that have available land to build on. The main issue with Chapter 3A is there are potential grants and/or spending that Marblehead is eligible for that would definitely be in jeopardy of losing, specifically relating to the deterioration of roads, seawalls, and infrastructure, which you will be informed of by the next speaker. I would now like to provide you with the following. Here's some common misconceptions regarding the MBTA overlay. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts zoning overlay mandate has nothing to do with the bus route in Marblehead. The zoning mandate was passed by the House under the prior administration, prior to the influx of migrants in the United States, and does not have any provision or address providing any type of housing for them. The Zoning Overlay District Directive was specifically designed to address the housing shortage in Massachusetts. There are procedures in place to ensure local zoning is not overridden, including the 2 parking spaces for every unit and height restrictions consistent with what is in place today. The local zoning eliminates the possibility of adding additional housing with no place to park and intensifying the parking problem in the Pleasant Street district. The height restriction eliminates potential construction of large-scale buildings not in harmony with the local area. This is a zoning mandate, not a building mandate. And I'll read the rest quickly, and there's a couple of things. I'm going to read you the myths and the facts. The myth, the law requires the production of multifamily housing. The fact, compliance with Section 3A requires that cities and towns create zoning districts where multifamily housing will be permitted. While it is the goal of the law to produce more housing opportunities in smart locations, attaining and remaining in compliance will not require the production of new housing. Myth, law requires cities and towns to provide infrastructure for new housing. The fact, Section 3A requires the creation of at least one zoning district that allows for the creation of housing at a gross density of at least 15 units per acre. State building code requires the provision of adequate basic utilities, including water and wastewater, before a building permit can be issued. It is typically the responsibility of a developer to provide utilities. If current infrastructure capacity would not allow for new development, none will occur. Our town planner met with various department heads, all of which stated that the proposed overlay districts would not impact services. Myth, the law requires cities and towns to permit development on environmentally sensitive land. Fact, Section 3A does not override state or local environmental regulations. New development that may occur within the multifamily district still needs to comply with all applicable state and local provisions. Myth, the law currently law says currently developed areas cannot be included in the new district. Fact, areas that are currently developed may be included in the new multifamily district. Public comments included concerns that a city or town is already built out and that there is no available vacant land where new housing could be built. However, compliant districts need only to provide for a gross density of 15 units per acre, notwithstanding with what already exists on the ground. There's only a few more. Myth, multifamily housing means apartment buildings or high-density development. Fact, Section 3A requires communities to create districts where multifamily housing is permitted by right. Related changes to Section 40A define multifamily housing as a building with 3 or more residential dwelling units or 2 or more buildings on the same lot with more than 1 residential dwelling unit in each building. A variety of building types, including townhouses, triple-deckers, single-family cluster developments, and townhouses could all meet this definition. Myth, mixed-use development not permitted. Fact, any mix of uses may be permitted in the new district so long as a gross density of at least 15 dwelling units per acre is allowed. Many communities are considering the use of mixed-use 40R districts to meet the Section 3A requirement. Myth, by right, means developers can build whatever they want. Fact, zoning districts adopted under Section 3A can include use restrictions, commercial, residential, and industrial, and intensity limits, setbacks, and height restrictions, as long as a district-wide gross density of 15 units per acre is provided. By right uses are subject to design review standards. Finally, uses that are permitted by right are still subject to applicable state and local regulations. The last one, the new law overrides local zoning. The fact, Section 3A requires cities and towns to use the local authority granted to them by state law to adopt or amend their zoning to create the new district just as they would normally adopt new zoning provisions. While the proposed amendment must comply with the final guidelines, cities and towns have a lot of flexibility in terms of size of the district, where the district will be located, dimensional requirements, and what uses are permitted. I hope this has clarified a lot of the misinformation, and I would like to turn it over to Alicia Benjamin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Height. The last speaker on this is going to be Alicia Benjamin, and I'm sorry, the last presenter. Alicia.
Good evening. I'm going to go over the financial impact, and I just want to know on the link tree, these documents are available for you to view as well. So my agenda tonight, I'm going to go over what the Community Grants Act, the actual grants that have been cited, the state discretionary grants that are not specifically cited by the Act, our past grant awards and upcoming grant requests, and possible litigation. So the specifically cited MBTA communities grants that the town would be ineligible for if not compliant are Housing Choice Initiative, Local Capital Projects Fund, MassWorks Infrastructure Program, and Housing Works Infrastructure Program. And on the next slide, what you will see as part of is showing all the compliance of community planning grants, Massachusetts Downtown Initiative, Urban Agenda, Rural and Small Town Development Fund, Brownfields Redevelopment Fund, Site Readiness Program, Underutilized Properties Program, Collaborative Workspace Program, Real Estate Services Technical Assistance, Commonwealth Places Program, and then expanded to land use planning grants, local acquisitions for natural diversity land grants, and the Municipal Vulnerability MVP grant. The next slide is showing what we have been awarded. Very special thank you to our Sustainability Coordinator, Logan, that helped gather this information together. If you know, the highlight in red are the two that would be potentially taken away because of this act. The Boston MPO, also known as TIP, Transportation Infrastructure Program. We've been awarded $672,750 back in 2021 for the intersection improvements at Pleasant Street and Village Vine and Cross Streets. And we received an MVP grant back in 2017 for $17,000. The following page shows additional funding that we have been awarded for our total grant awards of $5.6 million between 2019 and 2024. The reason why I'm showing everything is because the state has made it very clear that even though they have cited those 4 specific grant programs, they have the discretion for any and all state agencies to say no or give us a penalty if we do not comply. This next slide shows grants that we are currently requesting. So we are requesting MAPC TAP assistance for $150,000, Village Street Bridge construction between $2 and $11 million. That again would be through TIP, so that would be affected. Reconstruction of Parkhurst Boatyard, $2 million from congressional spending, $2 million from Seaport Repair Grant. Water and Sewer I&I, $3 million. That's through congressional spending. Emergency efficiency upgrades to all municipal buildings, less than $10 million by multiple Mass CEC green communities, traffic signal improvements at West Shore and Village Streets, $250,000, a new pumper fire engine from the green communities for $750,000, Clifton, Rockway, Seaview Street crossings, $345,000 from shared streets, state streets and roads for all Boston MPO, again that's TIP funding, that would be affected. Seaview Avenue, trail extension, $100,000, multiple shared street spaces safe, and all the things that say Boston MPO are TIP, and TIP is one of the grants that we would not receive. We'd be made ineligible if we didn't pass. Maverick Street, Bessemer Street crossings, $200,000, same thing, TIP, and other sources. High school HVAC system upgrades, $2 million, multiple Mass CEC green communities. Mary Alley Heating and Cooling, $150,000, multiple Mass CEC green communities. ADA improvements to Devereaux Beach, $200,000, municipal ADA grant, and various ADA improvements for all municipal-owned buildings, $1 million. To the right are grant programs we haven't received in the past, but may or are actively applying for in the future. So on this next slide, I specifically just shot out the big ones that were affected, which were the tip for $672,750 we were awarded in '21 that we're now pursuing for between $2 to $11 million for the Village Street Bridge. The water main replacement Atlantic Ave projected cost at $3 million through Community One Stop for Growth MassWorks infrastructure program. If the town votes not to comply, reduce grant funding and costly litigation during a very budgetary challenging time. And I noted in red, the town of Milton was sued by the state attorney general 2 weeks after they voted no. Thank you very much, town meeting.
Thank you, Alicia. So we have a main motion that's been moved and seconded, and now I'm going to read the first subsidiary motion. Mr. DiPiano, if you want to come down here as a presenter for your motion, I'd be happy to welcome you. Of course. I have a subsidiary motion to postpone to a time certain. The petitioner moves that Article 36 be postponed to December 23rd, 2024, in order for said cases to be determined and said information available to the various boards, citizens, and voters of the town of Marblehead. Do I have someone to move the motion to postpone to time certain? Thank you. Do I have a second? Mr. DiPiano.
Thank you, Mr.
Name and address, please.
Thank you, Mr. Attridge. John DiPiano, 6 Traeger Road, Marblehead, Massachusetts. Mr. Attridge, I've been a litigator for almost 29 years. Myth. Voting prematurely on Article 36 protects Marblehead from becoming a defendant in a lawsuit. Fact. Marblehead could be equally sued by citizens groups adopting this prematurely as it can by the Attorney General of Massachusetts. 7 communities, Littleton, Milton, Marshfield, Wakefield, Hanson, Raleigh, and Norwell, have rejected Chapter 40A compliance. Only Milton has been sued by the state. 4 communities have postponed votes, 2 by town meeting vote, Holden by a plan not being submitted by the planning board. In Holden's case, Holden was sued by a community group to enforce mandatory compliance. That case was just dismissed by the Superior Court of Worcester County, as I recall, rejecting mandatory compliance with 40A. Shrewsbury selectmen voted to delay, and Georgetown and Wilmington, by town meeting, had voted to postpone. Why? Voting on Article 36 now is premature. There are 3 lawsuits pending at this moment. 2 determining the constitutionality of Chapter 40A. There is tension between Chapter 40A and Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 43B, the Home Rule Law, that gives towns the ability to determine its own zoning and land use, something that's nothing is more intimate to a town than that. Those 2 cases are pending, respectively, in the Essex Superior Court and in the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts. The remedy under Chapter 40A, Section 3A, is declaratory relief. No facts are in contention. The court merely has to determine the constitutionality of the statute. That's a quick decision. Not fast enough for this vote, though. With respect to the Attorney General's single lawsuit against the 7 towns who have rejected 40A compliance, Milton, Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus the town of Milton, and John Atchew in his capacity as the, I believe, the planning board chair. I may be corrected on that. That case was, I believe rightfully so, reported to the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court by the Superior Court judge. That case determines the Attorney General's legal authority to mandate compliance. So when this board tells you it's a mandate, that issue is before the courts, the highest court of this Commonwealth. That oral argument is scheduled for October of this year. Marblehead stands in the crosshairs of a lawsuit if we vote today, either way, up or down. And if you think that a cost of litigation at the Attorney General is any cheaper than the cost of a lawsuit by a citizens group, I'm here to tell you that's a false notion. My understanding with the Mariner project is that this community was embroiled in litigation for 7 years. That's a hefty price tag. But if we wait, and if the constitutionality of this law is determined, either way, up or down, and the Attorney General's scope of authority is determined, either way, up or down, then we can vote with the information we need and have not been provided. Myth, we're going to lose grants. There are categories of grants under 3A are specifically enumerated. I sent a FOIA request to town and asked how many of those grants we received in a period of time from 2014 to 2024. The answer was 0. Not a dime. 0. Whether or not the Attorney General has the statutory authority to deny us any further grants is an issue before the courts pending right now, as I recall, and it would be irresponsible of us to take this vote at this time. I ask that this motion be allowed.
Thank you, Mr. DiPiano. So the conversation that we're going to have right now is regarding whether or not to postpone to a time certain, which is December 23rd, 2024. We're going to take speakers, and I'm going to start over here, please. Mr. James.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Kurt James, 56 Norman Street, speaking on behalf of the town's Housing Production Implementation Committee against the motion to postpone. First of all, I've been going to town meeting for dozens of years. I've never had someone raise the threat of litigation against the town for voting in favor of something. I don't think that we should pay attention to that, and I think that we should instead look at the history and the experience that we have in town. And I think that we'll find that this proposed legislation is actually going to support policies that we have and already have implemented, as well as various housing laws which we've passed in town. So very briefly,
Okay, what's your point of order?
My question is, are we speaking to the question
please
of
no, I'm sorry, hold on 1 second. People at the microphone who raise a point of order are going to be heard. Just yelling from your seat or yelling from line isn't going to do it, guys. Point of order for Mr. Albert?
Yeah, and to be clear, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to stop you from speaking. I just want to make sure we clear this. It's just procedure. Are we clearing this question of indefinite postponement to a date certain, or are we arguing the main motion?
I've already said in the beginning that, I mean, I couldn't say it anymore.
That's not what that sounded like to me, but that's your job.
Okay, Mr. James, continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So, again, what I'd like to lay out here are reasons to support adopting this now, because, again, this legislation is consistent with existing policies and laws we have in town, and so postponement is not going to benefit us, and I don't think there's anything we're going to find out in the next 6 months which would change our decision now. So may I go through a couple of those points, Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
So first of all, I think
each speaker is going to have 2 minutes, and I do have the clock
I'm going to run fast
and
here.
You're a minute deep.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So there are a couple laws, 3 laws in particular, that are already in place that allow multifamily housing in town. One is 40B, which I think people are familiar with. It's been around for over 50 years. There have been 2 projects that have gone through 40B in that 50-year period. We have an incentive zoning bylaw, which the town adopted in 1992, which likewise allows for multifamily housing in certain areas. In any area in town. We also have a smart growth overlay district, which was adopted in 2009, which is almost identical to this Communities Act, which we're considering tonight, which allows for multifamily housing as a matter of right in certain districts. So if we look at, and there's been 0 developments in any overlay district. So we have 2 40B projects, 1 incentive zoning project that was built, and 0 smart growth overlay districts. That's 3 projects in the 50 years that we've talked about having these laws in place.
That's your 2 minutes, Mr. James. We're going to have the next speaker right down in front here, Erin Noonan.
Thank you. Erin Noonan, Select Board. I just wanted to speak to Mr. DiPiano's comments regarding the legality of the article and MBTA Act itself. This is the law. We should comply with the law. 44 towns have already passed this. It is mainstream, widely accepted that there is absolutely constitutional precedent and authority for the state to hand down zoning laws to municipalities. We have half a century of precedent for this, starting back to 1968 when 40B was proposed and passed. And as Mr. James just said, it has been 50 years of 40B in Marblehead. I don't think, and I don't think most people feel, that we have changed the face of character of our town in the last 50 years with maybe a handful of 40B projects. And there is a cost to indefinitely postponing this. There is a cost to rolling the dice and risking the incredible amounts of funding, millions of dollars potentially we have out there right now. We have $11 million right now out there for a bridge project on Village Street, $3 million on a water main sewer project that's ready to go, and others. We are on the precipice of climate resiliency around our, including our seawalls at Parker's Landing, which is exactly the rug that the Attorney General pulled out from Milton when they voted it down. I would like us to be compliant with the law. It is mainstream, widely accepted. I will ask our town council to verify that for you. That's okay.
Lisa Mead.
For somebody that's not a voter in the audience, they need to be allowed to speak. I would like to see a show of hands to allow town council to speak. Those in favor? Those opposed? Thank you. Lisa Mead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And to the member's point, Chapter 40A, Chapter 40B, Chapter 40R, the laws that Mr. James sent have all been proven to be constitutional. This is no different because it's in opposition. And
Excuse me. That's not a point of order, Mr. Albert. And I do have speakers in the overflow room, and they will be heard when I call upon them. I'm not going to argue with you anymore, Mr. Albert. It's not a point of order. Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Lisa. Please sit down,
so
Mr. Albert.
I think that's my point. I think that what the member said is correct. And there's a long history in Massachusetts relative to municipal zoning and mandates by the Commonwealth under Chapter 40A, 40B, 40R, and 40S.
Thank you.
I will just one point.
You have 10 seconds, Erin.
That if, and I don't see this happening, in some unicorn universe world, that this is found unconstitutional, we have the opportunity to repeal it. So why would we risk doing that? I mean...
Thank you. Thank you, Erin.
It's harmless to pass this. It costs us not to.
Folks, come on.
Jack, I have
Enough.
one speaker.
Yes, Vanessa. To the gymnasium for a speaker. Name and address.
Yeah, we have one speaker on postponement to December.
Thank you.
So, ignoring ever so briefly the idea that simply because a law has been passed and has been challenged, we should not...
Excuse me, could I have your name and address,
Yes,
please?
of course, my apologies. William Eyre, 5 Cornell Road. So again, ignoring the fact that simply following a proposed law that is actively being challenged without question is perhaps not a wise decision historically. I will comment on the fact that we don't seem to have enough information here, and it seems to me that a good portion of Massachusetts is objecting to this quite strenuously. It costs us very little to see if this will be upheld legally, and it seems to me that it could cause us quite a bit of trouble if we do not. I say that we wait to see if this is decided to be constitutional before we begin giving ourselves additional burdens.
Thank you. Speaker right in front of me, please.
I reserve my time to speak to the warrant. I call the question on this, please.
I'm not allowing that. We're going to continue conversation. Thank you. Mr. Jordan, name and address.
Albert Jordan, 64 Roosevelt Avenue. I don't have a no sign in front of my house, but I'm retired from the state, and I've talked to some people. I've gone to the Finance Committee budget hearings about this, and I supported it. And the reason why I supported it is because if we have to get into litigation, and our new town administrator has already hired people to start going after grants, and if we get into litigation, we're wasting money applying for these grants that we're already paying the employees. So they're going to make grants and go through the motions, and all that money's going to be wasted and time's going to be wasted. And I think, you know, we can always have another town meeting, but we're not going to win. The state has much more money than Marblehead. So, and what we should do, 40B, people should call the Senate and the House of Representatives. If you oppose this, those are the people that voted to bring this to Marblehead. So, you know, you have representatives in Marblehead that represent this district, and if you're unhappy with this, you should ask them to repeal it, because if the state wants this, we're going to lose the boat on the money. We're never going to see it again. But I could be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong. But you wait and see, and I think we're going to have less money coming in that we believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. And we're going to go back to the gym. Vanessa, do you have a speaker?
No, he's waiting if we get to the merits of the underlying motion.
Okay, thank you. Are you speaking? Okay. Ms. Fox.
Sarah Fox, 46 Beach Street. I'm not going to weigh in the substantive nature of the primary motion here, because I think what we all need to remember is we're talking about whether or not we want to move this till December 23rd. What I will say is we've all shown up here. We all hopefully have educated ourselves and done our homework, and we came here and gave up 2 nights of our lives to try to vote on this topic. Moving this to December 23rd really puts a burden, especially on our public employees. Our schools are shut down as of the Friday before. We're asking our custodians, our tech people, our other school employees that keep this building running to come in. We're asking our police and our fire to delay their holidays and come in. I think what this really does is deny the people who are sitting here tonight and who showed up a chance to have their voice. So what I would like to do is amend the secondary motion to set a date and time, and set the date and time of Tuesday, May 7th, to be conducted before 9 p.m.
Bear with me, folks. So I thought I saw it all last year. So we have a subsidiary motion to a subsidiary motion. Should have been a lawyer. And that is to amend the date of the subsidiary, of the prior postponed to a time certain, to amend the date and time to Tuesday, May 7th, prior to 9 p.m. Okay, hold on, folks. Stay with me. Do I have somebody to make that do I have somebody to move that motion? Thank you. Do I have a second? Okay, now we're going to talk about still amending the date to a time certain, but it's a different time certain. So we're going to continue debate, and right over here, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Nick Ward, I live on Rolleston Road. I'd like to speak against any postponement and recommend that we vote on the main motion tonight. And here's why, and Mr. Moderator, don't worry, I've got your back on the 2-minute time limit. But here's why I think we should vote in the affirmative on Article 36 tonight. The proposal submitted by the Planning Board is going to bring more housing choice to Marblehead. Choice for retirees who want to downsize to a home that's easier to maintain. Choice for people who have grown children and want those grown children to be able to find somewhere to live here in town and maybe one day raise children of their own. Choice for young working families who just want the chance to raise their kids in a great town with great schools. And I think if we can do that, if we can bring more housing choice here, we might be able to keep more residents in Marblehead and perhaps turn around the decline in population that we've experienced since the 1970s. And that in turn is going to strengthen our budget, give us more resources to invest in town services, invest in our schools. And I think that's exactly why we're up to 45, if I may correct the select woman, we're up to 45 as of last night, towns and communities across Massachusetts who have voted in favor of proposals just like the one that we're considering tonight. Towns like Andover, towns like Concord, towns like Winchester and Rockport. Because the budget conversation that they all want to have is not about how they're going to find money to pay lawyers. The budget conversation they want to have is how are they going to pay for their school teachers, for their police officers, for their firefighters, and all of the other wonderful municipal employees it takes to make for a great town. So I think the underlying proposal which we should vote on tonight, I think it's pro-family, I think it's pro-schools, and I think it's pro-community, and I urge you all to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we go over to this microphone with your name and address, please?
Hi, Nicole Cohen, 40 Clifton Avenue. Just listening to the words being used tonight by the presenters speaking, I think the founders of the town who, as we are rightfully very proud of our history, would be rolling over in their graves to hear the words must comply and follow the mandate, because you cannot now or ever have complied your way out of tyranny. Thank you.
Thank you. We can go to this microphone over here with your name and address, please.
My name is Dirk Isbranson. I live at 11 Everett Payne Boulevard. I am not a lawyer. I am not a zoning expert, but I have spent the better part of 25 years as a volunteer for the Fair Housing Committee of Marblehead. It's an interesting conversation to listen to. We should not be postponing a vote on this. There is virtually no threat to this town if we pass this modification. Okay? If you don't understand that a developer would have to knock down existing structures to be able to build multifamily housing, then you don't understand the town. So the scary part that is raised is that there's 800 plus potential housing units that could be developed. I have lived here since 1979. The town has managed new developments fantastically well. I trust that the town will continue to do that. We should not be afraid to vote yes on this amendment, and we should not be afraid to vote no for postponements. Thank you.
Thank you. This microphone over here, please. Name and address, please, sir.
Greg Thibodeau, 14 Nonantum Road. Just to comment about this, this is not something that we should pass. We should vote it down tonight.
Okay. Thank you.
And so I think that one of the things that has made a big difference in the past is Marblehead originated the zoning bylaws, and we passed them because they're in the best interest of Marblehead. This is not. I've spent quite a bit of time looking into it. I wrote a letter to the current, but just to summarize, this is going to have a major impact of cost on this town, and it's going to change a lot for the negative unnecessarily. It's going to add to the, first of all, you take a look at almost 900 living units. Well, according to the statistics from the government, a living unit in Marblehead consists of 2.5 people. So this means that if they get anywhere near this, it's going to be a 10% increase in the population and who knows how many school children. And the other thing that I want to point out is that this goes way beyond what the state mandated, what's being proposed here. And the devil is in the detail. And if you look at Table G on the article, you'll see they talk about 15 to 17 units per acre. Well, take a look at that. It's 20 per acre. There's another comment, too, about, well, just because we do it, let me just back up and just say, as far as the amount of area that's concerned, it's double what the state requires. That puts an awful lot of additional parts of the neighborhoods under this law. And then finally they say, well, just because we...
Mr. Thibodeau, that's your time. I'm sorry. Folks, you need to be cognizant that you have 2 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you.
And put your remarks together. Thank you. We'll go to this microphone here, please. Name and address.
Cheryl Patton, 25 Lee Street. I'm upset about the disinformation and fear-mongering that has been going on around this warrant. I'd like to look at the facts. The warrant is about zoning. It is about Marblehead designating parcels of land eligible for potential development for multifamily housing. Marblehead is a Tier 3 in the MBTA communities law. It is third after rapid transit communities and commuter rail communities. And if you look at the map, Marblehead is the only community that is a Tier 3 up and down the North Shore with the exception of Essex. All the others are Tier 2. The warrant further states that any development must follow Marblehead zoning code setbacks, and I quote, architecture and landscape design that is consistent with the visual character and identity of the town of Marblehead. That's the warrant. Regarding our schools, the schools were smartly planned to accommodate a population growth. Currently, the student population is under-enrolled. We have room for about 400 or 500 more students. The projected fear of 900 students, they're not going to be here tomorrow, folks. We have plenty of time to plan. Census data has already revealed, if you look at the 2022 census, that Marblehead has lost approximately 1,000 people in population in the past 54 years, which means that a smaller number of us are carrying the burden. An increase in population would spread that expense across many. Traffic. The cars are already here. The people who staff our schools, police and fire stations, professional offices, retail and restaurant staff, they commute from outside Marblehead. Marblehead loses out on their tax revenue, and our merchants lose out on their business. Infrastructure. Marblehead is not building the housing. A developer would pay the cost to develop the housing and the infrastructure attendant with.
That's your time. Thank you, ma'am.
Please support this.
Jack, we have another speaker in the gym.
Okay, Vanessa, let's go to the gym. And name and address,
Two,
please,
actually.
sir. Yep.
William Stevenson, 116 Front Street. Seems very odd to me that the state would give grants or impose penalties on something that is so beneficial to Marblehead. I would think Marblehead would have come up with the idea at the beginning in the first place. And I would advocate that we do not knuckle under to the dictates of the state and put our town planning in the hands of the government. I would rather have the town of Marblehead do that, and I'd hate to see the small town atmosphere of Marblehead, which I love very much, become more cityfied. And so I would urge us all, perhaps if I had more confidence in the administrators seeking a constitutional mandate, I'd be more confident, but I would like to see this voted down regardless. Thank you.
Thank you. Right here, please.
Sorry, Dan Albert again, 58 Leicester Road. The only person I've heard speak to the motion on the floor was Sarah Fox, who suggested that it was too close to Christmas and therefore we should move it to May. My question, and perhaps Mr. Moderator, you could ask Jim Nye to chime in, is what's really our deadline? I was looking at the select board meeting and Mr. Nye said, boy, it's too bad our town meeting's not in October when all this could be...
Is this about the
sorted
motion?
out. This is about the motion of when we're going to vote.
Okay.
So my question is, people don't like December 23rd, I get that. I don't know what May 7 at 9 o'clock Sarah was kind of doing, but, you know, I get it, but like, I don't, whatever. Can somebody tell us what is the deadline? When must we, as Marblehead, say, yes, we have to vote it? What is the midnight deadline for approval? That's all I'm asking.
Thank you. December 30th, 2024 is what I'm told. Okay, I'm going to hold off on people are going to have 2 opportunities to speak. Mr. Albert just had his second. We've got one in the gym, but I'm going to have you wait for just a minute. We're going to go over here, please, sir. Name and address.
Yes, Rick Batosky, 28 Brookhouse Drive. First, I want to extend my appreciation to those volunteers who put together this plan to meet the requirements of Chapter 40A. It must have taken a lot of effort and stamina. However, I favor the extension for one particular reason. I think the plan needs to be tweaked just a little bit to address one of the most outstanding problems in the town, and that's the affordability of housing for children who grow up in this town. I think everyone knows someone who has children who have grown up, gone to college, come and tried to maybe come back, but cannot afford the housing in this town. This plan can be tweaked to increase the availability of affordable housing. Right now, it calls for 10% affordable housing in projects of 6 or more units. However, there is a provision in Chapter 40A that allows that affordable housing percentage to increase to up to 25% in areas that are already designated 40R. That would be the Pleasant Street area. Now, as to the affordability clause, there is a provision that you can do a set-aside for residents of Marblehead based on some sort of standard, such as graduates or families that have attended the Marblehead public schools, that would allow them to be given priority for 70% of the affordable units. That's a significant availability to people in this community that we need now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to do one more speaker at each microphone, and then we're going to go to the subsidiary motion on the subsidiary motion of the main motion. Who's? Vanessa.
Jack, we have 2 speakers in here.
Excuse me?
We have 2 more speakers in here.
Okay, we're going to have one from each microphone, so you've got the next in line can speak now, please. No, I'm sorry. We've got a speaker from the gym first, and then we'll get to the main room.
Hi, Heather Fitzgerald, 187 West Shore Drive. I want to say that I think we should absolutely vote no, if not postpone it. Right now, the Marblehead Housing Authority is already has a bid that was put in by Wynn Property Management for $17 million. So the Broughton Road parcel on the map, that zoning area, is already being bidded out. So I think there's a lot of things that the community needs to know about before we make such a big decision.
Thank you very much. The microphone over here. Yes, sir.
Tony Chamay, 2 Bonnet Road. I believe there's been some exaggeration of the state requirements, and here's why. The bill that introduced the requirements, MBTA requirements, is H3936. That also deleted Section 3A, which has been referred to. It deleted 36 from 40A. So and also, it was quite specific, one zone for multifamily housing, and it did not specify acreage. It also specified 15 homes. So I think there's been some exaggeration of the state requirements. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Right in front of me is the last speaker.
Roderick Sharp, 22 Franklin Street. I think what we have here is a fundamental question of trust. Our zoning board have worked very hard on working through this mandate. We don't like it, but as has been pointed out, this is the law. If we do not comply, we are out of compliance. I will quote something from one of 36's opponents, Mr. DiPiano, who has moved for postponement. In his letter, his most recent letter to the Marblehead Current, he says in conclusion, to be clear, Marblehead's rejection of GLC 40A could result in legal action and some sort of potential financial loss to the town. We have seen that already with other towns. And, says Mr. DiPiano, that is a fight worth fighting for me. The question you have to address is whether that is a fight worth fighting for you.
So you need to explain that that's what she says.
So the subsidiary motion to the subsidiary motion is to amend the date and time to today, prior to 9:30 p.m. So this is, I'm sorry, wait a minute. I have a motion in front of me with an initial on it that says 9:30 p.m. Does anybody? I'm sorry. So we have a subsidiary motion to vote on, which is to amend the postpone to a time certain, and that is to move the vote on Article 36 to today prior to 9:30 p.m. It says 9:30 p.m., folks, on my form here.
May 7th at 9:30 p.m.
May 7th, prior to 9:30 p.m. today, prior to. It is prior to.
So just vote on it.
Okay, folks. No. If you favor the amended date and time to Tuesday, May 7th, prior to 9:30 p.m. to vote on Article 36, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Okay. So that fails. Now we're going to a vote on the original subsidiary motion, which I'll read again. The petitioner moves that Article 36 be postponed to December 23rd, 2024, in order for said cases determined and said information available to the various boards, citizens, and voters of the town of Marblehead. If you favor the postpone to a time certain, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. What's everybody yelling at me for? And then if this... The motion fails. Okay, now, folks, we go to the second original subsidiary motion in rank order, which is for indefinite postponement. And that motion is the petitioner moves that Article 36 be postponed indefinitely in order for said case to be determined and said information available to the various boards, citizens, and voters of the town of Marblehead. Do I have somebody to move that? Thank you. Do I have a second? Okay. Do I have debate? Thank you. It's debatable, folks. Work with me here. Okay, if you favor the article for indefinite postponement, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Indefinite postponement fails. Okay, we're back to the main motion. Woo. Okay, we have a main motion that has been moved and seconded, and now I'm going to open it up for more discussion. Mr. Urbetta.
Thank you. Bob Urbetta, 36 Chestnut Street. I can appreciate the effort that the planning board made to sort of contort themselves to make this rule by the state. I have a big problem with anything that the state overreaches and mandates down to the town. So a little historic perspective. Somebody mentioned 50 years. How about 249 years ago, the citizens of Marblehead were dictated by a British ministerial government, and they said no, and they wouldn't take it, okay? And we had people like the Dollivers, the Glovers, the Garrett, Elbridge Gerry, that fought, that said, we don't take mandates lightly. And I think the state is overreached down to these towns mandating this sort of thing. By the way, I was an original developer for Tioga Way. Chuck Clark and I actually named that area. We did not envision it to be housing. We envisioned it for a business area to make money and to really open space as well. So this is way out of I think the state's right. It's a law. We can overturn the law, or we can vote it out. And this is the same. I'm a little upset about the legislature anyway. 129 of our legislators voted not to give priority to the veterans over illegal aliens. Sorry it's off topic, but...
Thank you, Mr. Urbetta.
Jack, we have a speaker in the overflow room.
Yes, Vanessa, we'll take a speaker in the gym now. Name and address, please.
William Eyre, 5 Cornell Road. I reiterate my earlier opinion, and I also agree with those who are concerned with the erosion of freedom. What I will say is this. I do not consider anything that has been discussed tonight to be fear-mongering. I think an awareness that government overreaches is nothing more than historical awareness. I will also say that freedom and control of oneself and one's home is not lost in an instant, but it is lost by degrees. If we accept this mandate without a fight, without correction, without debate, how many more mandates will follow it? That is my concern.
Thank you. I'm going to remind everybody that we need to be cognizant of those familiar words about the message has already been made and not to repeat what's already been said. We do have a bit of a budget of time, and at some point I'm going to call the vote, but we're going to keep conversation going right now over here.
Pierce Law, 35 Devereux Street. After an incredible amount of deliberation and consideration for the consequences of the town of Marblehead, the planning board has put forward an incredibly reasonable plan through Article 36. It'll shield the town of Marblehead from litigation to the state while lowering the barrier to entry for increased density on extremely limited areas of Marblehead. Zoning laws are simply rules and regulations for what individual property owners are allowed to build, and the number of property owners that would see a material change as a result of this article is marginal at best, thanks to the work of the planning community. The building requirements for the multifamily homes in the text of this article are so strict that any change in population or economic burden on the town from increased population is going to be minuscule at best. I balk at any discussion of financial or logistical burdens faced on the town. I encourage all of us to vote yes on 36 because this is something that affects individual property owners and what they're allowed to build. I say we vote yes on 36 and vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over here, sir. Name and address.
Jonathan Klopman, 32 Peach Islands. I have a question about need. We are told at the beginning of all of this that there's a housing crisis. But no one goes past the word. Once they invoke the magic word crisis, that means the doors are open to anything. I have a question. Has this been a pressing issue in prior years in Marblehead? I mean, have there been town meetings where people say, there's a housing crisis in Marblehead? I don't think we've heard that. There have been housing projects in Marblehead, things like the Rhodes School or Broughton Road. There is truly affordable housing for Marbleheaders, for elderly people who want to stay in town. Very noble projects. But that's not what this is about. They've been very clear in saying this is not affordable housing. It's not designed for young couples, and it's not designed for your elderly parents to stay in this town. What it is, it's the state declaring an undefined crisis with a vague solution mandated across communities it does not know or care about. If Marblehead truly has a crisis, then Marbleheaders should decide how to address it. We can always change zoning when we want it. The problem is once you cede your rights to the state, you can't regain those rights.
Jack, we have another speaker.
Thank you. Vanessa,
We have one more speaker.
we're going to call in your speaker in the gym.
We have one here.
You can please have her go to the mic and name and address, please.
Hi, I'm Kristen Carlson, 3 Pilgrim Road. I'm from New England. We like to have a lot of pride in the uniqueness of our towns and the places we live, but Marblehead is not unique in our need for housing. This is a regional issue. This is a statewide issue. We need all kinds of housing. If you've tried to rent an apartment or buy a house recently, you know how expensive it is. It's supply and demand. We need housing for families, for seniors. We need a housing that's affordable. We need housing for people who want to downsize but can't. And we need housing for our essential workers who work for us here in town, who serve at our restaurants, but there's no place to live. We ignore the need for housing, again, as a regional issue at our own economic peril. We live with rules that govern all aspects of our life, and that's what allows us to live together, even when we disagree. Marblehead is a really great town. I love living here, and we can make some room. Please vote yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Roeder.
Hi, Ellie Roeder, 30 Pond Street. I have a question, hopefully someone can answer, around something another speaker had mentioned earlier for a bid that went out for the Broughton Road area. Is someone able to expand on that and give us, in the town, some information on a potential project that may be occurring there?
We have Jennifer Schaffner here from the Housing Authority.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me? Jen Schaffner, 20 Casino Road, Chair, Marblehead Housing Authority. The Marblehead Housing Authority put out to bid in December of 2023 a request for proposal for developers to partner with us to redevelop the Broughton Road site. We received one qualified proposal that we discussed at our meeting in April, and we will be having further discussions throughout the summer to decide if we're going to go forward and partner with this development company. The proposal, as was submitted, doesn't mean that's what we'll approve, but the proposal includes redeveloping our existing site at Broughton Road and adding additional affordable units. At this point, the proposal called for 35 additional affordable housing units.
Thank you for the clarity.
Thank you.
I'm getting some advice over here. My understanding, according to Select Board member and Planning Board member, as well as the proposal, that the Broughton Road project can be developed under this new overlay district or under the existing 40B zoning requirements. So either way, Broughton Road will be able to be developed.
Thank you very much. Vanessa, we'll take your speaker.
Thanks. Come on.
Hello, I'm Alexander Blue of 277 Pleasant Street. I'd just like to begin by acknowledging the work that's been put in by the Planning Board for this proposal, and I would also like to acknowledge the importance of many of the issues that not only the MBTA Communities Act hopes to address, but also that I think many of us in Marblehead hope to address as well. That being increasing congestion and also some unaffordability problems with the MBTA and rising housing costs. I would like to point out, though, that while we may be increasing or hoping to increase the supply of housing, it won't. There's, I would say, a growing body of evidence that it will have not a great impact on its price. Housing has two values. One is a commodity and the other is an asset class. And today, Americans are not bidding against other families for homes. They are bidding against hedge funds. They are bidding against private equity. And I fear that while there is a great many well-intentioned perspectives on it simply being a matter of supply and demand, I fear it is not. Secondly, I would like to point out that while it is true that it is not a construction mandate, it is a zoning mandate, there will come a time eventually for those properties and for those homes that are within those zoned areas that they will have to leave. And there will come a time, and it will be incremental and it will be slow, it will not be immediate, but it will be eventual and it will happen. And I think that that's something to consider, that this may not be a big bombshell that changes everything, but it will be something that's gradual, and I think that something that will increase strain on municipal services in town when we're already having quite a few budgetary problems. It will increase strain on our public schools when we already have quite a few administrative problems. It's been pointed out that we have capacity theoretically.
Thank you, sir. Your time's up.
Time?
Your time's up.
Thank
you. This microphone over here, please, folks. We're approaching an hour, so we're going to get to the vote pretty soon. This person over here, please.
Nancy Powell, 72 Front Street. On behalf of the League of Women Voters of Marblehead, I am voicing our support for Article 36. Massachusetts has among the highest and fastest growing home prices and rents of any state in the nation. The state is at risk of losing qualified people to work the jobs that will drive our economy in the future. For many people, it just costs too much to live here. In response to this crisis, the Massachusetts legislature came up with a plan, the MBTA Communities Act. This law requires that some cities and towns zone a portion of their land area to allow for multifamily units to encourage, not demand, development. No one likes to be told what to do, but perhaps we should see this as an opportunity to do something that will ultimately benefit all the citizens of Marblehead by making our community more economically available for teachers, firefighters, and young families. The League of Women Voters of Marblehead urges you to vote in favor of Article 36.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to have one more speaker. We're going to have one more speaker, folks, and then we're going to go to the vote. This microphone right in front of me here, please. Mrs.
Hi,
Morocco.
my name is Amy Rucco from 227 Pleasant Street. Someone earlier mentioned that we have the capacity to accommodate 400 to 500 more students in our schools. Yet we're talking about cutting staff positions due to a lack of funding. We've already done that. If we add 400 to 500 more students, how are we going to serve those students when we can't even serve the ones that we currently have with quality education?
Thank you very much, folks. We're going to the vote now. Okay. Article 36. If you are in favor of the passage of Article 36, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Okay, folks. Article 36 does not pass. We still need to finish the business of the town, so I hope everybody doesn't leave, and I'm sure we'll be getting together back before the end of the year. Folks, we have a lot more business to do. Article 37, Board of Health, increase membership, which requires a home rule petition. The article has been moved. Do I have a second? We have a second? I heard you. Folks, I need quiet, please. Article 37 has been moved and seconded. Helene Hazlett from the chairperson of the Board of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Members of town meeting, we have expressed ourselves tonight, and I'm asking you to do the same. I'm Helene Hazlett, 12 Clifton Avenue, Chair of the Board of Health. Before I speak to Article 37, I would like to recognize the Board of Health member, Joanne Miller, who will be stepping down from her...
Oh, gosh.
What happened?
Whoa. Let's move this along, Helene, please. Thank you.
Who will be stepping down from her position next month. During the past 3 years, Joanne has brought professionalism and knowledge to our board. She chairs the Mental Health Task Force, which was founded during the pandemic to address the tremendous increase of mental health issues.
Helene, to the article, please. Sorry. We all love Joanne.
I'm going to finish. I've got one more sentence. Joanne comes to meetings prepared and has served with grace and dignity. She is always thorough and asks the hard questions. Joanne, you will be missed. Now till... Thank you very much. She was a very valued member, and she still is. Now to Article 37. The Board of Health has unanimously voted to increase its members from 3 to 5 individuals to serve staggered 3-year terms. This will expand the board with more qualified and experienced individuals to address the many public health issues our town faces. Additionally, the increase to 5 members will address the challenges of the open meeting law, which currently prevents board members from contacting one another outside of posted meetings. The Massachusetts Association of Health Boards recognizes that there is a trend throughout the Commonwealth of boards increasing from 3 to 5 members. Therefore, on behalf of the Marblehead Board of Health, I ask this town meeting to vote in favor of Article 37. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this is great. Did I say that out loud? Sorry. If you favor Article 37, please use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Article 37 is a vote, and the motion carries. Article 38, approve Mass General Law 41, Section 1B, change assessors from elected to appointed positions. This article has been moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Thatcher Keyser, Town Administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This article, if approved, would allow Marblehead to accept a section of law, General Law, Chapter 41, Section 25, which would allow, if approved at town meeting, would allow for the consideration at the ballot on the next election in June to consider changing the elected Board of Assessors from elected position to an appointed position. Again, this is part of Mass Department of Revenue best practices to move this functional area in that direction. In part, the requirements of being an assessor. It requires training from the Department of Revenue. Any new appointees or elected officials even have 2 years to be trained by the DOR and meet all the requirements for that. Additionally, what would happen is if this was successful here, it would go on the ballot to be voted. If it was approved at the ballot by the voters, this section of law does not require a home rule petition. That's the purpose of this law, was to streamline this process to make it easier for municipalities to do this. But what would happen is it wouldn't be an immediate replacement of any elected officials. Anybody in office would serve the balance of their term, and at the end of their term, the replacement would be by appointment by the select board using the appointment process, the interview and vetting process that they do for many of the other boards. This was an article supported by the board. It seems to me it was in reaction to, at the annual town report that I gave, where there was a strong reaction to the board, the select board, on the issues of tax bills, where they were blamed and criticized for it, yet tried to explain they have no authority over it, that it's a separate elected board. So again, the proposal is to put this on the ballot for June. If it succeeds, as each term expires, it would be done through an appointment process. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a speaker over here, please.
Peter Vasiliou, 69 Bayview Road. This was also proposed in an adjacent community in Swampscott. I think the having an elected board for the Board of Assessors is more appropriate. Having an appointed board leaves for a lot of cronyism, a lot of monkey business, and this way the people have a choice of who's on the board. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Jack. John Kelly, Board of Assessors. This is a very simple one. People do come into us about abatements or exemptions and want to talk to the board, and the question is, do you want to talk to someone who has been appointed? And under this law, actually, an appointed assessor doesn't even have to come from the community. So do you want to talk to someone who's appointed, or do you want to talk to the 3 assessors that you have elected? And I think we should keep the present system. Thank you.
Mr. Letterman, name and address, please.
Jonathan Letterman, Ida Road, through you, Mr. Moderator. I have a question. I see that there are 4 members of the Select Board here, and actually through you, I'd like to ask them, we have a lot of boards in town that are appointed, and we have other boards that are elected. Select Board, School Committee are some of the important boards. The Zoning Board of Appeals is appointed. Finance Committee is appointed. Harbors and Waters is appointed. Conservation Committee is appointed. On those other important boards in town, how many times during your tenure have you not reappointed an incumbent who wanted to be on the board? In other words, when you appoint people to these positions, how often isn't it a lifetime appointment? Because there's been a lot of discussion, you know, the assessors are the backstop. When we have a fiasco like what happened this year, people get up and they can appeal it, and there's an abatement process. Those elected officials are members of our community. What you're doing is you're talking about taking this group of people and taking the power away from them and giving it to the Select Board. So what I'm asking, since there are 4 members of the Select Board that are here today, is have there been, in your memory, during your tenure on the committee, any people who wanted to be on an appointed board who you didn't reappoint? And if so, which boards were they on that you didn't reappoint them to?
Looks like we have a taker. Mr. Murray?
I drew the short straw. Brett Murray, 7 Abbey Street. You know, Mr. Lemon, you're correct. We haven't not appointed people to a lot of these boards, you know, as frequently as we should, which is why at our retreat, we've decided to change, and we're in the process of changing the appointment process. And I think over the next couple of weeks and months, as we come up on that reappointment process, you will see some changes. Because trust me, I will not appoint or reappoint a lot of people going forward.
Okay, Mr. Moderator, if I could just follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Murray.
I'd like to thank Mr. Murray for that candid response. I know that this was part of your...
Your clock's ticking, Mr. Letterman.
Thank you. So my question is, this is not something, we already separated the assessor from the assessor is now under the select board. Why don't we wait a year and then see how it goes after you guys start making appointments and have the reform process that you, Brett Murray, and the rest of your team initiated, so you're reforming the appointment process. Let's see how it works. Let's give it a year. I recommend a no vote on this, not because I think this is necessarily a terrible idea, but I think we need to see, we've never had appointed positions that aren't lifetime appointments.
Thank you. Thank you.
And the one, what Mr. Kelly did say was correct, that we could look beyond this community. And one of the jobs that I have a fiduciary duty to this town to put the best people. I would rather put people in town when possible, but if we have an external candidate that has assessor experience, that would be a better person to oversee this group, I would not be against doing that. So if anything, this actually expands, just like we have a chief of our police department who is outside of Marblehead. I think when we can look beyond to get some people who have the right skills and training, I think we should, and that's why I support this.
Sorry, just a clarification.
Okay, no, that's it. The conversation goes through me, and it stopped going through me, and your time is up, Mr. Letterman. So, thank you. Ms. Noonan.
Yes, I just wanted to speak that one of the reasons that we brought this forward was because, in particular, the assessors board is a very professional skill set and a certain type of skill set that's required to really do the job effectively. And the concern is, I mean, I don't remember the last time anybody campaigned to run for this. And we really need to make sure that not just any Joe off the street walks in and decides to be an elected official. I mean, that happens. The state has moved us into a professional setting. And so, excuse me.
Come on, folks.
So we are looking to professionalize this area, which is critical to the financial health of our town. And that's why it's here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Article 38, we're going to go to the vote. If you favor Article 38, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Article 38 is a vote and the motion fails. Democracy in action, folks. And bear with me, we're going to keep moving through the business here, and we're going to get it done. Article 39, amend bylaw capital planning committee membership. The article has been moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Mr. Keyser.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So this warrant article would look to reconstitute a committee and to update its membership. The Capital Planning Committee is on the bylaws. It's been dormant over a number of years. Sort of my understanding that the original make of this committee was to have five residents that are what I describe as totally unassociated with the functions of the town. In other words, they can't be on any other committee, they can't be an employee, they can't have any of the other relationships in order to help advise on capital planning matters. It is my understanding there was frustration where you had the volunteers that were disassociated, running into the challenges of fiscal constraints and other constraints when the information is interjected with the department heads who had to deliver on these type of projects. So the select board interest was to reconstitute this, but to update the membership, to make it a more functional body. So the modification would be to have 3 residents appointed by the board, and then to include a number of department heads or other functions of folks who are involved in a lot of the capital planning matters, to include the chair of the Finance Committee, the Public Works Director, the Community Development Director, Superintendent of Schools, Superintendent of Buildings, and the Town Administrator, who shall be the chair. Thank you. But also allows the board to modify as it sees fit to change up the membership of which departments would be on there. So again, it's to bring this committee back and to blend the resident input with the department heads and folks who are engaged in these matters. This will be an important matter as we move forward on a number of large capital projects. And again, this committee doesn't look at all capital as a threshold. It would basically be projects of $1 million and above, so it would be the large projects that impact the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keiser. I had to give away my last license. Mr. Michaud.
I'm thrilled with this one. And I'll tell you why. I was the first chairman of the original Capital Planning Committee. And I see our hardworking Finance Committee over there. I'll tell you why this thing died. And it did die. And it was a great idea to have it. But at the time, capital planning was ignored by our Finance Committee. The Capital Planning Committee should be almost considered an arm of our Finance Committee and work together. And if you on the Finance Committee agree to that, then the new members of this Capital Planning Committee will be able to assist you and take a bit of your burden, which you carry very well, but you will shift a bit of the burden to a committee that will actually work specifically on those on the projects. I was so disappointed, and this is going back, I don't know, I think that Capital Planning Committee was probably 20 years ago. It was disappointing. Please, if this goes through, or if it doesn't go through, the selectmen revise it. And number 2, Finance Committee, use the heck out of these people. Other than that, I think it's a great idea.
Thank you, Mr. Michaud. It was closer to 30 years, Jay. Those who favor Article 39, please use your green yes button. If you oppose, please use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Article 39 is a vote, and the motion carries. 40. Article 40, amend article, ballot order, and time of random drawing of names for the annual town election. The article has been moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Robin Michaud, Town Clerk.
Hi, Robin Michaud, Town Clerk, 44 Lee Street. All we're doing is moving it back. As it stands right now, the last day to withdraw, actually, for this year is tomorrow at 5:00 p.m. And as it stands, we can't do the drawing till after 6:00 on Thursday. So this is just going to move it back so we can start at 5:01 if we want to on the last day to withdraw for the race. And this year we're doing our drawing at 9 a.m. in the Selectmen's meeting room, Select Board's meeting room at Abbott Hall on Friday. I ask you to support this motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Article 40, as many as favor Article 40, please use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Article 40 is a vote, and the motion carries. Article 41 is, I have easement for Fishing Point Lane, 297 Ocean Avenue. The motion is that this article be indefinitely postponed. Do I have a second? Thank you. It's been moved, and do I have a second? Thank you. As many as favor Article 41, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Article 41 is a vote, and the motion passes. Article 42, amend transfer station fees. Do I have someone to move the motion as presented? Is Mr. Nordstrom here? Mr. Nordstrom, come on down. And if you would, Mr. Nordstrom, would you move your motion for me, please? Would you move your motion for me, please? Thank you very much. Do I have a second? Thank you. Mr. Nordstrom.
Thank you, John. The motion primarily is on behalf of the veterans in town, of which we have close to 300 and actually 750. 360 of them are Vietnam era. Most of us are in our 70s and 80s. The motion to not charge us additional fees was something we've already paid forward on many times over. And after doing a service, we're asked to pay again. I don't think anyone in here wants to pay twice. And I think it's just fair to the veterans to take that into consideration. Now, having, according to the 2022 census, they're talking majority of the veterans, of the 700 veterans, they are Vietnam vets. Whether we like it or not, that source of revenue is drying up. We're all moving on to the big transfer station in the sky. So I know this is a money thing, which is very important to the Finance Committee. They've expressed that. And I think if you get right down to it, there might be 50 of us that are requesting transfer station stickers or a parking spot at our beach. I think the monies involved will be well below 30 to 25,000 in additional fees that the Finance Committee will no longer have. That might buy you a good Prius that's well used, and it's not going to be a big loss revenue-wise to the town of Marblehead. So I ask you to support this on behalf of all the veterans and all the future veterans. We've all paid forward. We don't need to be paying again. It's not a money thing. It's just the idea of charging us twice. And that's my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nordstrom. We have one speaker.
Yes, David Patton, 25 Lee Street. I want to speak in opposition to this. I do not think that we need to give a discount to 700 current and in perpetuity every single honorably discharged veteran that will ever live in this town a free facilities pass. There are many, 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 many other people in our society who serve our society, cops, fire, school teachers, garbage people, the janitors in high school. There are all kinds of people who serve this community and will continue to serve this community. And right now, to give 700 people that discount, by the way, we have about a little over 15,000 adults in this town. That would be giving a free facilities pass to 5% of all the residents in this town on an ongoing basis forever. And I think that that is something that is discriminatory and inappropriate.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, Rebecca Suchu, 38 Lafayette Street, military spouse. I just want to speak in support of this, and I want to thank the veterans for your service. As someone who has lived here through 3 deployments, we probably wouldn't ask for an abatement on our stickers on our car, but just for the veterans that served through Vietnam, and if there are any from World War II still in the town, one just passed away about a week and a half ago at 103. But, you know, just think about the sacrifices that they have made for our country, and for, you know, $70 for your sticker so they can go to the beach and enjoy the town that they fought so that we could enjoy. I think it's worth it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jack, we have a speaker.
Mr. Nordstrom, could you slide over, and we're going to have Molly Teets from the Finance Committee speak. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Molly Teets, 388 Ocean. I'm a member of the Finance Committee. First off, thank you, Mr. Nordstrom, for bringing to town meetings such a wonderful way to recognize the service and sacrifice of our veterans. And I thank you all for your service. As members of the Finance Committee, we are tasked with understanding if there are financial implications to the town from articles like this one. And because revenue from facility sticker fees is used to fund the general operating budget, this article does have a financial impact. There are around 700 veterans who live in Marblehead. So if we assume that every single one of them currently pays for the $80 sticker, then the passage of this article would result in around $56,000 of lost revenue to the town each year. So this is the maximum impact it would have. Practically speaking, the impact would likely be something less than this, depending on how many vets actually purchase stickers. So in reviewing this article, I realized that despite the fact that my husband finds a reason to go to the transfer station once a weekend, at least, a lot of times it's twice, I realized that I actually didn't know that much about the pricing and policies and discounts. So I spent some time looking into how other towns with transfer stations handle veteran discounts. And while this was not an exhaustive effort, I did learn some interesting things. First off, there is a lot of variability in transfer station pricing and policies across Massachusetts. And while I was not able to find another town that gives stickers to veterans for free, there are a number of towns that do offer discounts to veterans. But those towns that do offer discounts to veterans almost always also offer similar discounts to senior citizens and also sometimes include other populations like people with disabilities, first responders, and low-income households. The Finance Committee discussed this article at length at both of our warrant hearings. I know I speak for all our members when I say how much we appreciate the intent of Mr. Nordstrom article and the effort to recognize our town's veterans. Ultimately, though, we concluded that our town would be best served by a deliberate and comprehensive sticker discount policy that would equitably take into account all of the potential populations that could benefit from it. This could also allow for a thoughtful pricing approach to balance the merits and benefits of such a program with the subsequent loss of revenue to the town. We believe that the Board of Health and leadership of the Health and Waste Department are best suited to develop such a policy, as opposed to a piecemeal approach by individual groups at town meeting. We want to find a workable solution that recognizes our veterans and also takes these other factors into consideration. So as such, the Finance Committee recommends that town meeting vote to indefinitely postpone this article. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a speaker in the gym, please. Name and address. Thank you.
I am Tom McMahon, 1 Gregory Street, and I am on the Board of Health, which was just referenced before. This one might have been a little bit premature for me because veterans and seniors are on my list of getting discounts in the future. I do support this. And all I'd ask, I'm not trying to make an amendment or anything like that. Since money is still tight, we're still figuring out the finances of the transfer station. You know, I think Thatcher said it where he appreciates it, but he didn't need it. So if there's other veterans out there that, you don't need it, and you're able to pay the amount of the sticker, I encourage you to do so, but, you have earned your right as a veteran, and I support this.
Thank you. We're going to hit 2 more speakers here. Mr. Michaud?
Have I got it? Jay Michaud, 25 Ocean Avenue. I didn't serve. I have 3 sons and a grandson who have. They paid for their stickers a long time ago with their blood and sweat. They were protecting us so we can live the way we are. And if you don't vote on this, I can't understand why.
Thank you, Mr. Michaud. This microphone right here, please, sir, and name and address.
Philip Mancuso, 6 Mohawk Road. Mr. Nordstrom, I want to thank you for your service. I also want to thank you for bringing this measure forward. We need to thank, we need to thank all of our veterans. As Mr. Michaud said, prices that they've paid, we will never know. My entire generation above me fought in World War II. I have a nephew who did 2 tours in Iraq. I have friends that served as well. I've been fortunate. I wasn't able to serve, but I appreciate everything that's been given to us and me. And if we can't give our veterans these passes, we have no right to call ourselves Marbleheaders. That's all.
Thank you.
Please vote for this.
Okay, we're going to go to the vote. Article 42, amend transfer station fees. As many as favor Article 42, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Article 42 is a vote, and the motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Nordstrom. Oh, would you like to come down here, sir? And does it, Lisa?
So you've got rules on this.
Like, I need 7 people? Okay.
So you need a 2/3 vote. Okay? Now, the only problem is it's supposed to be one who voted with the prevailing side.
Yeah,
but
which I'm taking the liberty of
Right, you just have to
waiving
determine,
that, yeah.
right. So you need a 2/3 vote for reconsideration to reconsider, and then you have to vote the actual motion if it passes. So the motion to reconsider is
a motion.
Is a motion.
If
and
that
then,
passes,
then you go
then
back
we
to
open up 36 again.
correct. All right, so it's not debatable here.
So I move to reconsider Article
36.
36.
That's it. It's not debatable, and it's 2/3 vote.
Okay, folks, I've received a motion to reconsider Article 36. This is not debatable, so I'm going to request a motion for reconsideration of... What? I'm sorry. Ho. Come on, folks. Bear with me. I have a motion to reconsider Article 36. And we're going to bring this to a vote, and there's no debate on it. I'm sorry, your point of order? So I'm assuming yes, and that is one of the parts that comes with the clickers, is that it puts the discretion on me, and I'm assuming yes. Thank you. Thank you.
You need a second.
I know. Thank you.
Yeah, Angus.
Angus McCulkin of 39 Ticehurst Lane made the motion.
You made the decision.
I'm sorry, folks. I made the decision. Nobody else knows how he voted, and I spoke with Mr. McCulkin. Okay, folks, do I have a second? I heard a second. Okay, so, oh gosh. As many as favor the motion for reconsideration, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now.
Motion to reconsider.
I said it's a motion to reconsider Article 36.
It's not Article 36.
I'm sorry. It's a motion to reconsider.
Right, so make it clear to them that it's a motion to reconsider.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hold the voting. And please stop yelling. If you want to go to the microphone and speak, you can, and I will recognize you.
Listen, if anyone wants to speak on this, it's a motion to reconsider, but it's not that you're making your vote on the motion. It's just on the
Yeah.
article.
So this is a motion to reconsider. This is not a vote on Article 36, whether it goes up or down. This is a vote as to whether we will take up Article 36 again after this vote. Wait a minute, whoa. If this vote for reconsideration fails, then that's it. If this passes, then we bring up Article 36 again. This is, folks, this is procedure. The vote for reconsideration, is a 2/3 vote. Folks, don't blame me. This is the process that we go through. So, wait a minute. I'm not going to take that. It's not a sham. It's process. It's not a sham. I'm not trying to do anything. I was given a motion to reconsider, sir. That's all I'm saying. Okay. And it's not debatable. So, I'm not taking any more. Okay. Folks? Okay. We've got a motion to reconsider. If you favor the motion to reconsider, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now.
Jack, we had speakers here. Are you allowing speakers on the issue?
It's not debatable.
Okay.
The motion for reconsideration fails. Anybody can run to be moderator if you want. Have at it. Okay. We are on to Article 43. Wait a minute. You know.
said if anyone wants to be the moderator, they're ready to have at it.
I said if anybody wants to run, Mr. Peach. Can you have a seat? Can you put the microphone back and have a seat? Article 43, amend General Bylaws, Chapter 75-1, leaf blowers. On this, I'm going to tell you up front before we go to the motion that I do have an amendment that will be heard before the main motion. I first need to ask for someone to move the motion as presented. Ms. Philandri, do you move your motion? So moved?
So moved.
Okay, thank you. And do I have a second? Okay, thank you. Before we get into talking about this, Ms. Philandri, I have a subsidiary motion for indefinite postponement. Do I have someone to move the indefinite postponement? Do I have a second? Thank you. Mr. Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'll be brief. Ben Cleary, 10 Boobier Road, Marblehead, Mass. I'm asking for indefinite postponement of Article 43, 44, and 45. Voting yes for indefinite postponement on these articles means that all articles with similar or exact wording on this topic will be put down and not to be brought to a vote again. Why am I asking for indefinite postponement? Here's why. For more than 6 years, the people in this town have stood on the no leaf blower ban side. It is a valuable tool that helps keep our community beautiful. Some people don't take no for an answer, and they continue to beat the leaf blower ban drum year after year, expecting different results. Let's not forget, articles that have been asked to be banned in the past were citing pollution, noise and pollution, electric machine alternatives, dog feces poisoning, botulism, cancer, and even death by anthrax. So, these articles were voted down by the people of Marblehead over the years, and most of the towns in Massachusetts, more than 85%, don't have leaf blowers. So, that brings us to last year. A new strategy was conceived asking for a partial leaf blower ban. This highlighted the fact that both sides were going to make concessions. So after more than 6 years of resounding no's on banning leaf blowers, a compromise was met by the townspeople of Marblehead. Both sides made concessions and the article was put in place. Fast forward only 365 days later, and now the new drum has begun to beat the same old tired song. I'm not sure what's worse, having these articles in front of our people again, or the fact that a compromise was made just a year ago, and now the rug is trying to be pulled out from under us after a good faith vote was cast. Our time is valuable, away from our families, our friends, and other commitments. And yet, here we are talking about leaf blowers again. Almost 10 years later, we're still talking about leaf blowers. I, for one, am a little fed up with this topic. We have more important things to talk about in this town. So in conclusion, for all things that are just, equitable, and fair, do the right thing. It's time to move on from the leaf blower ban. Voting for indefinite postponement on Article 43, 44, and 45 will hopefully drop this issue for good. So I urge everybody to vote yes on postponing the 3 leaf blower articles and send a clear and loud message that this discussion should be done forever. Thank you.
This microphone over here, please.
Yeah, Alicia Hart, 33 Pond Street. The voters of Marblehead decided last year to have a seasonal leaf blower ban. And I think around town we saw that that law was not enforced. Leaf blowers were all going off all over town with impunity. That law was completely disregarded, and it's only fair that those people who disregard the law should face a penalty. Leaf blowers have been proved to be unfit for human health. They pollute, they drive carcinogens up into the air. This is science, and the voters last year decided to ban them. If people want to use a leaf blower, they should pay a fine. That's only fair.
Thank you.
Jack, we have a speaker in the gym.
Vanessa, speaker in the gym.
We have 2, just to...
Thank you.
William Stevenson, 116 Front Street. I just want to say that with regards to all kinds of pollution, we would be really upset. Say someone was throwing quarts of their used motor oil into the ocean, we would be reasonably and justifiably angry. I think, though, that we don't understand, or we don't even evaluate the pollution that comes through dumping decibels that are extremely high into the atmosphere and taking away the tranquility of really what should be our right as Marbleheaders when we go out to Steer Swamp or when we go to the Neck. When I go out to those places, the leaf blowers are constant. And the noise is so unsettling that you never feel like you can get away from them. And I just urge that the amendment goes through and it not be postponed, but that we vote on it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carr?
Rob
We're
Carr.
talking about an indefinite postponement here, please.
Well, there's been a lot said already about oil being thrown and all this illegal activity from last year. Name's Rob Carr. I live at 52 Stony Brook Road. I've been a landscaper here in this town for 35 years. Spring's here, and it's beautiful. Maple trees are dropping all their flowers. The magnolias are dropping their flowers. Cherry trees are dropping their flowers. I've gone to meetings with these people. I've read their literature. I've talked to them. They tell me a rake takes the same amount of time. That's not true. Try to sweep a 50-foot driveway or a patio or a deck. I've read their literature. They've talked about a leaf blower running for 1 hour is equivalent to a Ford Raptor running for a week. I've never seen a journal publication of such. 2 years ago, they showed me a slide of a hill telling me about erosion. It looked like fracking. What are they talking about? Last year, I bought 3 of the battery-operated blowers. It was a great idea. It was the law. The batteries only lasted an hour and a half. They didn't have the power of the blowers we use today. The technology hasn't caught up. It will, hopefully. And what about the elderly person that can't afford to do their own place? They just can't. They can't afford it because physically they can't do it. And they hire me, or they hire someone else. Prices will go up. A fall cleanup with a rake is going to take the same amount of time as a blower. Please vote for having this indefinite, no ban, please no ban.
To the gymnasium, please.
Hi, this is Matt Burge from 18 Preston Beach. I'm encouraging people to vote no on the leaf blower ban. We voted on this last year. We voted on this last year. We made concessions. Everybody came together, and now you guys are asking for a complete ban. You know, I wish the technology for electric leaf blowers was there. I use it. We have an underground garage. I can blow out my garage, which all the leaves go inside our house, and I can do it within 2 minutes. I don't think it's unreasonable to have, you're trying to have a complete restriction on these things, and you know, for me to try and sweep something out would take 20 to 30 minutes each day. I can do it in 2 minutes with a gas-powered leaf blower. I wish the electric leaf blowers were there. They're just not there as far as the efficiency and ability to do things.
Thank you. This speaker right here, please.
Christine Cummings, 17 Peach Islands. So this is a public health issue. The public health issue is that they're not good for any of us. I can appreciate all of the landscapers who want to get their work done efficiently. But this is a bigger issue than that. There are many things that you can do to get leaves up in this town. I do it myself all the time. This is a public health issue. If people could just hear that and understand that, and when you're in your homes and the vibrations are coming through your windows and doors, and you're outside and you're with your kids and you're with your animals and the vibrations are all around you every day, all day, it's just ridiculous. It's not good for any of us. It's not good for animals, children, elderly. It's not good for humans. It's not good for animals, insects, or anything that lives around us. So please consider, we have not been able to successfully enforce the partial ban because people are not supporting it in the roles who should be supporting it. And we really need to consider getting rid of these or going electric. But this is not something that needs to be dropped. It's a public health issue. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to have one more speaker on indefinite postponement, please.
Hi there. My name is Christy Hebert. I live at 0 Lafayette.
What concerns me about this conversation is that in no way has it been addressed how the town itself and the town budget uses leaf blowers. So if you're going to talk about banning these when the town owns many gas leaf blowers because they own so much property that needs to be maintained, then you're talking about great additional cost to buy new machinery, more labor, and all of that needs to come from somewhere. Everyone just approved trying to tighten budgets and bring more revenue here. You can't do both of those things at the same time when you then mandate also the town to abide by a law or a bylaw that is now being fairly shoddily written to completely ban. So I just wanted to say I support the indefinite postponement, and I hope you do as well.
Thank you. Folks, we're going to go to the vote. If you favor indefinite postponement on Article 43, no. It just eliminates the article before it. If you favor indefinite postponement on Article 43, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Article 43 is indefinitely postponed. Article 44. Article 44, amend general bylaws, Chapter 75-2, leaf blowers. Do I have somebody to make the motion? So moved. Sorry. Article 44. No, one article at a time. One article at a time. Thank you. Article 44, we have 3 leaf blower articles, folks, and we have 3 amendments for each one, and one indefinite postponement just passed. We are at Article 44 now. The main motion is going to be moved and seconded. Then before debate, we're going to go to the amendment of indefinite postponement and introduce that. So, Article 44, amend general bylaw, Chapter 75-2, leaf blowers. Do I have someone to move that motion? I need so move. So move, thank you. And seconded? Thank you. Oh. You'll have an opportunity to speak during indefinite postponement. So, now that we've moved and seconded the main motion, I have a subsidiary motion for indefinite postponement of Article 44. Do I have someone to move that motion as presented? Thank you. Do I have a second? Mr. Cleary, and then we'll go down here.
I move to indefinitely postpone Article 44.
Thank you, Mr. Cleary. Ms. Villandry, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So, am I speaking on 44?
You're speaking on why your article shouldn't be indefinitely postponed, if that's how you feel.
43.
I'm sorry, 44.
43 was postponed? Yes.
43 was indefinitely postponed.
Okay, my name is Sabrina Villandry of 51 Prospect Street. And, all right, I was somewhat expecting that. And it's a little difficult to talk about Article 44 without talking about Article 43. Just so I follow proper procedure, am I only talking about 44?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so Article 44 that I have sponsored, along with many others who signed and have spoken with me, is a motion to move to completely omit any exceptions. this now is not exactly making sense. But currently, oh God, this is like definitely a curveball. All right, so I guess I will say that currently, even with the summer ban that was passed last year, that does not go far enough at all. Last summer, during the ban, I guess I don't even know what exceptions are as defined as, but for example, in the middle of June, I was working with a group at my dining room table, and I heard the oppressive drone of the leaf blower. It was a beautiful day. I walked up to the Marblehead Vets right here at the school. My house is about 800 feet away, and there was one leaf blower blowing in the driveway out front on a gorgeous day. There was, excuse me,
Article 44, and we're talking about the indefinite postponement, please. Thank you.
wait, I'm still talking about the exceptions, correct. The point is, the exceptions are not clearly defined, and Marblehead has consistently used poor judgment in the exceptions of a device, by the way, that we talked about last night, how the special needs, children with special needs, is rising in this town. Mothers, all of us, women in particular, but it's men in particular, who tell me they have tinnitus and loss of hearing. That alone should be enough to completely ban these. Another thing is, there's things in life that are impervious to technology. Excuse me.
You've got time coming up, Sabrina.
Okay.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Rob.
It was.
We're not going back and forth.
So the
and Ms. Valandri, your time is about up.
To a device that many describe as a torture device. There's no exception to something
we're going to go to the vote.
hurting
Ms.
us.
Valandri, your 2 minutes is up. Thank you very much. We have more speakers on this? No? Okay, so we're going to go on the vote for indefinite postponement. For those who move indefinite postponement on Article 44, please use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. The indefinite postponement, it passes, and Article 44 is indefinitely postponed. Same thing on Article 45. I do have an amendment right after the main motion to amend General Bylaws Chapter 75-3 leaf blowers. Do I have someone to move the main motion as presented? Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you. Now we're going to move to the Article 45 motion for indefinite postponement. Do I have someone to move the motion as presented? Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you. Conversation of indefinite postponement, Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Moderator, I move for Article 45 to be indefinitely postponed.
Thank you. Ms. Valandri, would you like to speak to the motion of indefinite postponement for Article 45?
Well, I would like to speak on my Article 45.
Yes.
Yes.
This is a discussion about indefinite postponement on Article 45, as to whether you think it should be indefinitely postponed or not.
Oh, no. It should not be an indefinite. We should at least vote on this. This one is actually easy and still applies to the summer ban.
Thank you. So we're going to vote on the indefinite postponement motion on Article 45. If you favor indefinite postponement for Article 45, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. The motion to indefinitely postpone Article 45 passes. Article 45 is indefinitely postponed. Article 46, I have to read this motion. Okay, I have a main motion to amend the Town of Marblehead bylaws, Chapter 174-6C, seating of visitors, by making the deletions, strike-throughs, and insertions bold. 174-6, subsection C. The moderator may, crossed out, shall, permit persons other than the qualified voters to attend said meetings when in their, cross out, his discretion, there is ample seating capacity in the hall, crossed out, building where the meeting is held, provided that such persons who are not qualified voters shall be seated apart from and separate from persons qualified to vote. This article is sponsored by Mr. Albert. Do I have someone to make that motion?
Make that motion.
So moved and seconded? Seconded? I don't know what you have. So if there's an amendment, I need your amendment in writing. Or if we're it's not up to me. I'm trying to get through the business of the town. I need you to give you a piece of paper to write it out. It's not making it easier. Can they call the question? Not with amendment, right? Not with an amendment pending. He's got a piece of paper. Okay, folks, we do not have an amendment coming forth. So we have a motion on Article 46 to amend the Town of Marblehead bylaws, seating of visitors, and seconded. Mr. Albert.
The purpose of this motion, Mr. Attridge is fond of saying that this is the purest form of democracy. He told the kids last week, or this week maybe, Thomas Jefferson called this the purest form of democracy. My concern is that all Marblehead voters be here, especially voters who have kids in the schools, because my only concern is about traffic safety. It's difficult for young parents to get to town meeting, and the idea is that instead of it being up to the discretion of the moderator shall make efforts to seat these kids. The reason, well, I guess that's enough. The other stuff is just, it says, in the original language, it's gendered. It says he, this says there. And originally, we only met in this hall. We obviously now meet throughout the building, so I fixed that.
Thank you. As many as favor Article 46, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Article 46 fails and does not pass. Article 47, amend bylaws, Traffic and Safety Committee. Do I have someone to move the motion as presented? I withdraw the motion. The motion has been withdrawn. Do I have a second for withdrawal? All those in favor for withdrawal, please use your green yes button, and those opposed, your red no button. 20-second voting starts now. We're getting there, folks. Bear with us. Motion for withdrawal is approved. Article 48, are we 48 or 49? 48, improved road safety indicators. Do I have someone to move the motion as presented? So moved, seconded. Mr. Albert. I asked it for approval. You need to bring it to the... Alicia? Alicia? Can we plug Mr. Albert's presentation in?
By the town's lawyer. Nobody asked me, nobody questioned it, nobody even understood what this is about. What this is about is painting two white lines that a dozen years ago the town approved, required in the planning permit for the new Glover School. The reason those two white lines need to be there is it's very dangerous to cross mid-block on Maple Street. Principal Oda knows this, former Principal Oda, now school committee member Oda. Mr. Oda also knows that he spent a good deal of time sending out emails, telling people to stop doing this, telling staff who park on Maple Street not to walk across mid-block on Maple Street. I will tell you that crossing mid-block on Maple Street under Massachusetts state law is perfectly legal. The purpose of these white lines is to create a wide shoulder. One has just been created at our brand new intersection by Gary Hebert, who is the head of our Traffic Safety Advisory Committee. You may have walked through it on your way here. It's about 200-300 yards away. This should have been done a dozen years ago. I became aware of it last year when I began canvassing to develop support for the creation of the Traffic Safety Advisory Committee. A year ago, I asked town officials what's going on. They didn't even know these lines were supposed to be there. I struggled through June and July to get an answer. In August, with school fast approaching, I contacted Amy McHugh, head of our highway department. I have requested the town engineer layout markings for line painting. I am gathering the final information he will need to do that. I hope to have a schedule from our pavement marking contractor soon. That was to me August 10th. August 16th, I asked Charlie Quigley, town engineer, are you doing the lines today? He was out, I called the office, they said, oh, he's out doing the crosswalks. I called him, I said, are you doing the lines today? He said, not today. I said, Okay, tomorrow, next week, next month. He said, I can't narrow it down for you. I will get to it when time allows. I called my elected representative, Chairwoman Noonan. I said, can you find out what's going on? She asked our town administrator, Thatcher Keyser. He told her by Friday they would be in. I went to the school committee. I said, can you figure out what's going on? Well, they said, it's not really our area. I said, please, can you help? Jen Schaffner contacted then town planner Becky Curran. Becky replied, hi, Jen, the line painters are scheduled to do line painting work in town and it will be done. The line painting is weather dependent and dependent on scheduling. So when time allows and dependent on scheduling, this is a decade or more after these were required. Now, I came forward with this article and I asked town officials to speak to me. I wanted to talk to Amy, wanted to talk to Charlie, wanted to talk to the Traffic Safety Advisory Committee I created. No one wanted to talk to me. I'm sure none of you want to talk to me by now either. The issue is the town is now going to tell you, don't worry about it, we have a bike plan. We have a school safety plan. We have a sidewalk plan. My question is, when will that plan be done? Now, I don't understand why the article is not up there, the move is not up there. It says June 1. Jack asked me to change it to September 1. I figured, great, no way we can do it by June 1 anyway, but it's not up there. So my only question is, are we going to get lines by September 1? Do we need to vote it, which is kind of ridiculous, or can we get a promise from the town that it'll be done during this line painting season?
Mr. Albert, I'd like to read your motion.
Great.
Your motion is that I authorize the town to complete general conditions section 4 traffic of the site plan approval decision and land disturbance permit issued by the town of Marblehead Planning Board on February 2nd, 2012, and to complete this work on or before September 1st, 2024.
Thank you.
Can we go to a vote?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Amy McHugh. Thank you.
Because that's the idea. Let's get it done. That's all. Here.
Thank you. Mr. Oda.
Amy McHugh, DPW Director, 38 Gingerbread Hill. I'd like to request that you vote no on this mandate from Dan Albert to place lines on Maple Street from an old design and allow the town to complete an updated design as recommended by the TSAC committee. The creation of Dan's favorite committee, TSAC, slowed the process a bit, but TSAC also provided the platform for a review of discussion at a public meeting. In February 2024, TSAC reviewed and discussed Maple Street area, recommendations to implement safe routes to school program, encourage drop-off patterns, and have a design that was installed for safety created. As you heard last night, the town has hired a consultant to develop a pavement management plan, a master transportation plan, and a bike plan. Maple Street has become part of all of those plans for review and development. And as part of the next steps for the consultant to include the creation of a design for Maple Street, including sidewalks, parking, safe routes to school guidelines, and the newest state guidelines and the bike plan. Town committees, boards, and departments are working together to address all safety concerns of the public in a holistic way. Please get involved in all of our public engagement available to discuss and have your reviews heard. Allow the town to continue with the holistic approach so that we are not spending money on work, including line painting, which consultants who have the expertise have not had time to review and comment and design. Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Mr. Oda, name and address, please. Sure.
Oh,
1 minute. Come on, folks. Come on.
FinCom and told them this would cost $40,000. Told them we already have a bike plan. These are not bike lanes. This does not cost $40,000. I appreciate that we're doing a lot of planning. I appreciate that we're looking for a holistic point of view. But the reality is, again and again, those plans have been put on paper, shown to the public, and then cut away without us knowing about it. We are supposed to have raised crosswalks at all of the rail trail crossings. They're gone. We're supposed to have speed bumps. They're gone. So, you know what? I withdraw the motion.
Yep. So we have a motion to withdraw. Do we have a second? Those in favor, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Article 48 for withdrawal passes. Okay, folks, here we go. We have 5 articles left. I have recommendations for indefinite postponement on 3 of those. I hope you bear with me so that we can finish our business tonight. Article 49, Bylaw Select Board, rescind. Do I have someone to move that motion as presented? Do I have a second? Mr. Grader.
It's late, and it's a much more important article for us 500-odd people to make a decision on it. But you need to understand that I'm here for 9 select board members that have served over 100 years, or 100 years on the board, and they are not in favor of the 3-year term that was pushed through by 17 votes at the last town meeting. It's hard that we're down to this number, but I'm going to make a case for you as to why I think it's important. The one thing that you need to understand that the select board is not a political board. It's really like a board of trustees for the town. They need to work together. Their personal political agenda has no place at the table. What you need are people who can work together, compromise, make reasoned decisions for the town, and do it in a manner in which it has been done for over 300 and something years. And so now what we did, we came in because everyone thinks it's a good idea that, well, we should have a person every 3 years being up for election, or possibly 2. There's some unintended consequences of that, and none of the reasons that were put forth would affect anything that was changed by the 1 year election. The reason that we feel that the 1-year election is a better way to go is simply that if you get a disruptive person on a board, and I've served on 7 years of boards over 2 different periods, it's painful if you get someone who doesn't know how to work with other people. This has never been a problem, but now in this day and age, as we witnessed here tonight, people throw things, they get up, totally civilized, and the risk of putting somebody on a board for 3 years that's going to be like that is miserable, and anyone who's been on that kind of board knows exactly what I'm talking about. That's issue number 1 of why I don't think it's a good idea. The other reason is that when you have 5 people up for election, you get a cross-section of people in town with different expertises, with different experiences, and it's much more difficult for social media to attack somebody or to make an issue. And therefore, having 5 people up there coming on, it'll give us a better cross-section of town. I think that something that we should be recognizing is that social media is here to stay. And I know that I've been told I'm a dinosaur because I really am not on social media. And I got a lesson in that from a friend of mine who is a very savvy political person who does not agree with the 1-year situation. And she said to me, how do you expect somebody who's running for the board and gets on to develop a web page if they're only going to be on for 1 year. And I looked at her and I said, that's exactly what you don't want. You don't want some select person coming on and having a web page to start telling everybody on the social media stream why they think their views are such a good idea, because their views need to be put forth to the other 4 people on the board to convince them as to why it's a good idea. And you want that discussion to happen not on a social media platform, but you want it to happen with 5 people who are reasonable people who can compromise and come to some solutions. And the concern, unfortunately I'm going to cut this short because it's been late, but the concern is you should be worried that we're in a democratic situation and we're moving more and more away from that, and I think it's a serious mistake, and so do 9 of us that served. And we never got a chance at the last town meeting to make that case, and it's unfortunate that people are seeing this as some political position, and it's not. The board is a trustee relationship, and it needs to work together, and if you want to keep it that way, that's what the 1-year thing does. It forces everybody to have a guide rail so they don't jump off and think they've got 2 more years that they can do whatever they want to do. It's worked. I don't know why it's changed, because it's changed because most people are thinking, oh, like it's a state rep's job or it's a congressman's job. It's not a legislative job. It's an executive position job, and I think that it's dangerous, and I would really think that there's a reason that people who've been there think this way, and I think that your vote would be very important. We only need 17 votes more than what was before when they didn't get the facts. So you've got to decide why people like myself and others feel the way we do, and you'll have to make your decision. It's not, stop thinking that this is some kind of a political thing, because it's not. It's about wanting the people that run your town to be able to work together and accomplish the goals that we all want. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grader. This microphone over here, please. Name and address.
Renee Ramirez-Keeney, 2 Beverly Ave. And I certainly do appreciate the idea that someone can be quite disruptive on a board and destructive. And I understand your concern about that, but I do think that the idea of a recall provision is something that could be taken up by a town charter. I want to say that you know, this is an executive board, the select board, and for that reason, I think it makes sense to keep the 3-year term. First of all, Representative Armini and Senator Crichton have put precious time and effort into getting this passed through the legislature, and Governor Healy's signature is barely dry. We've not even given this a chance to be implemented. So I urge you to vote no on this effort to rescind. So the reasons for supporting this move to a 3-year staggered term have not changed. The 3-year term allows elected members the time to look ahead and with a more strategic and cohesive view. Rotating terms on the executive board provides both continuity and the opportunity to bring on new leadership at the same time, which brings in new ideas and perspectives. So just think for a minute, consider that you want to run for office. It's already, the scales are already tipped against you because you're running against incumbents. It's not their fault, that it's just name recognition and the opportunities they've had to interact with voters. So add to the weight of that, the fact that
Your 2 minutes is up, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. Speaker over here, please.
Citizen, 2 Mound Road. Proponents of Article 49 point to the 1-year term, saying it's an opportunity to, quote, throw the bums out. To the contrary, with a 1-year term, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place finishers get a trophy and a seat at Abbott Hall, which greatly increases the risk of electing a bum, or worse yet, a board full of bums all at once. With a 3-year term, only the top 1 or 2 finishers take office. If you're still concerned as Mr. Grader said about having a disruptive person, then consider voting for the separate recall article, Article 50, which is the proper way. But vote no for Article 49.
Thank you.
Thank you. However, tonight there's a bigger fundamental issue at hand with Article 49. Mr. Moderator, I would like to request an opinion from Town Council as to the validity of Article 49. We believe it's incomplete. If it were to pass, it lacks the substantial and complex language required to define the special election or elections plural to unwind the 3- and 2-year terms which will be awarded at June 11th election regardless of the results tonight. There are many ways these elections could be defined. Would the terms be canceled with a special election? Does this occur over a period of several years? Does it start this year, next year, in year 3 or some other time? There is no precedent. Nothing is defined. Recall last year's 3-year staggered term article had carefully crafted language defining how the transition from a 1- to 3-year election would occur. It was printed in the warrant. People had months to think about the new election format. Defining it tonight on the town floor would be out of scope and a folly. Lastly, Article 49 contains language asking the Select Board to, quote, take any other action hereto. The Select Board submits citizens' petitions exactly as stated at town meeting and never changes a word. Believe it, I know it. And they are certainly not about to start now by adding substantial and complex language that affects their very own election. They cannot and will not add language after town meeting. Ditto with the state legislator. May we have an opinion from Attorney Mead?
Thank you. Ms. Noonan?
Did you want to, I just didn't know you were going to get an opinion from Ms. Mead
Was there a question?
on the validity of it.
Would you like to answer that?
Election to unwind the 3- and 2-year terms would occur.
The article includes the submission of a home rule petition, so we would draft it and give it to the legislature. They would adjust the language relative to how you would unwind it. That would have to be how it was done, and if they didn't like it, they'd send it back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Noonan?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Erin Noonan, Beverly Ave. I respectfully disagree with Mr. Grader's position. This is not a board of trustees. We are an elected board. We are elected to the people to vote. You know, I think that in your article, or in your opinion letter, you had said, you know, and that what is obvious, that people don't actually campaign for the seat when they're just there for years and years, because you're never actually competing for your seat. Don't we want elected officials to be accountable to voters? A web page is not social media. A web page is for people to connect with the voters so we understand that people's needs and interests and priorities change over time. This legislative body right here just voted in favor of moving the town government to 3-year terms 1 year ago. Our state representative Jenny Armini and Senator Brendan Crichton spent last year moving this home rule petition through both houses of the state legislature to carry out the will of the voters. The state legislature and the governor signed this into law March 14th after a lengthy process and review by council. It's been through council, a public hearing, and 3 different committees before getting to the floors of both the House and the Senate, and finally, the governor's desk. This process is not to be taken lightly, and it's not likely to be repeated anytime soon. We have the first elections next month that will conform to the newly enacted law. So please, let's have some respect for the will of the voters and the democratic process here. We have a lot of great history in this town. We don't need to live in it. And we certainly don't need to keep running our government with blind adherence to how we've always done things. We have all heard the numerous merits and reasons the 3-year term is preferred, best practical in local government just last year. Others have and can repeat them. I urge you to vote no on this article and send a message. We are moving Marblehead forward, not backward.
Thank you, Ms. Noonan. Mr. Murray?
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Brett Murray, 7 Abbott Street. I also oppose Article 49, and just the few points. I obviously agree with all the other opponents and what they've said. But those of us who have served as a trustee or an advisor on any, whether it's a volunteer, a company, those positions are also typically 2 to 4 years at a minimum. And so to have a 1 year is not an anomaly. It's not in the best practices. And as a member of the select board, one of the things when somebody comes in front of us and they say, we want to do a change, we always say, well, what's the best practices? Well, the town was told the best practices in 1989. Cressup, who did the study, recommended that they change this to 3-year staggered terms back in 1989. So the 9 individuals that Mr. Grader references didn't support it, so I'm not surprised they don't support it now. So I think the town should vote in best practices. That's what I'm sure the Collins Center is going to do, because when they came in front of us a few weeks ago on the select board, they said there was a recall provision that they were going to probably recommend a recall provision in our charter. That was one of the things they did indicate. There's a recall number 50 here. So Mr. Grader's points about having a bad egg or something going wrong, there will be a provision, whether it's Article 50 passing or in the charter. So I just think that, that 1 year, if you get a bad egg, I think that's just not the right thing. So I ask the town to vote down Article 49 and support what the town passed last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Last speaker, Mr. Grader.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I favor the motion because we really didn't have a very good debate last time, and I've since had a debate with my own uncle on this, and I just simply want to emphasize that we should think carefully about disenfranchising voter oversight and control. And this really becomes important as we start to think about the town charter as well. So I would just urge voters to think long and hard. And one of the reasons this article has been brought forward is so that we have another chance to do that. Obviously, I think 1-year terms make sense for the select board in particular. The select board has been very stable over time in its special fiduciary role, especially in it's the committee that makes the budget every year. So it's really crucial that it be highly functional and highly effective. 1-year terms also create incentives for collaboration, as Buck mentioned, and provides for a civilized recall provisions. Recall provisions are extremely divisive. They're very difficult to implement, and I think the 1-year term really ensures that we protect against that. And a final point I'd like to make, it's our home rule petition. The voters of Marblehead get to decide whether we want to change our minds if we need to. I know there's been a process that's been that went through in the home rule effort, but nonetheless, I urge you to think carefully about this and vote in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Grader. We're definitely getting repetitive. We're going to have 2 more speakers. All right, we'll do all 3 speakers in front of us. Or whoever is standing at the microphone, right there, please, sir.
I'll be very brief. In all due respect, these are the same arguments that were raised a year ago, and the town committee sat here and debated it and voted it down. You lost. So what we need to do now is really give the wisdom of the town. A 3-year committee was voted on, and it is really best practices. They've spent a year getting it ready now. I think we should go ahead and reject this article. Nothing new has been brought up that would make me change my mind.
Thank you. Ms. Singer?
Hi, Alexa Singer, 20 Cheever Avenue. So this was brought up last year, and I read through all of the notes and all the points that were brought up, and I'm going to reiterate, it's one of the things that I brought up last year, and one of the things that Mr. Grader spoke to is just the consistency and the productivity and how we work as a board in general. And just from personal experience serving on the committee and being a part of a committee and just in that first original 1-year term, and you get appointed to work on a committee and to work with a group. And a lot of times we bring in consultants and we're paying for those consultants to be there and you're working through projects. And then to have a system where you're not sure in June if you're going to still be running the project 2 weeks later. And it does really potentially have an impact on the projects that we're working on and the things that we're doing, because in a 10, 11 year time frame, it's very difficult to work on something and get it through and get it approved, because in the nature of the things that we work on, sometimes they really are 18, 20-month projects. And so just the workability of how we do our job and are trying to look at things. I just wanted to share that aspect of this, and also, shared that last year as well. And from the perspective of some of the other, things that were brought up in regards to some of these points, and the things to focus on is that there is a time frame to come on board, to work with the team, and having the ability to have the staggered terms does allow for
Thank you, Ms.
accountability.
Singer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to a vote on Article 49. If you favor Article 49, use your green yes button. If you oppose this, use your red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Article 49 is a vote, and the motion fails. Article 50, amend bylaw recall provision for elected officials. I have a motion for indefinite postponement. Do I have a second? Thank you. For those of you who are in favor of indefinite postponement for Article 50, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Article 50 is indefinitely postponed. Article 51, amend general bylaws, State Street restrooms. Do I have someone to move the motion as presented? Move. Do I have a second? Mr. Blaisdell.
Thank you for staying. Everyone knows Marblehead's public landing. It's the most popular location in the town, frequented by residents and visitors. Strategically placed at the landing is a solidly built brick building containing essential toilet facilities. A nicely carved wood sign on the side of this building reads, "Public Restrooms." This is a gross misnomer in that for half the year, these facilities are neither open to the public nor do they provide rest of any kind. The state of Massachusetts generously granted $50,000 to renovate these restrooms several years ago. They were freshly painted, given new sinks, access to hot running water, new stall partitions, etc. But unfortunately, no one can avail themselves of these improvements from the end of October until May. Today, which was 72 degrees, May 7th, the doors are still locked. These restrooms were originally designed to be open year-round. A furnace installed in the rear furnace room with ducting throughout kept the facilities available to the public for years. But for over 2 decades, they have been shuttered for half of every year, and the furnace was removed. This warrant would correct this by creating a bylaw. A new efficient thermostat-controlled gas furnace would be installed, connected to the existing ductwork that's already there in place. The water and gas would be turned back on, and the facilities would be restored. We'd have real public restrooms again. Please vote yes.
Thank you, Mr. Blaisdell. Looks like we're going to a vote on Article 51. If you favor Article 51, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Article 51 passes. Article 52 is appropriate funds for website design. I have a motion for indefinite postponement. Do I have somebody to move that motion? Seconded. As many as favor Article 52 indefinite postponement, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Article 52 is indefinitely postponed. Article 53, amend zoning bylaw shed sign, is also a motion for indefinite postponement. Do I have someone to move the motion as presented? Do I have a second? As many as favor indefinite postponement on Article 53, please use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 20-second voting starts now. Don't forget to drop off your clickers, folks. Hold on. We're not done yet. Article 53 is indefinitely postponed. I'd like to request a motion to dissolve the meeting. Second, by a raise of hands. Thank you, everybody.